1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. I don't know who put that there. Three, four, five, six. You hear me? 1, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. You hear me? Uh, that are the, it's look like it's hot. Too hot? Hot? Go on. Yeah, hear it? 1, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2. Yeah. Again.
Recording in progress.
One, two, this looks so hot. One, two, three, four. One, two, two. There is still. One, three, four, four, five, six, seven, eight. One, two, three. Oh, all right.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Mic check. Hello, hello. Audio okay? Good. Representatives of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, the board directors of the Jamaica Productivity Center, representatives from the IDB Group and Compete Caribbean, including Sylvia Dohnert, Executive Director of Compete Caribbean, and Kayla Grant, Sector Specialist, Competitiveness, Technology, Innovation at IDB, representatives from the ILO, World Bank, and UNDP, presenters, guests from all our ministries, departments, and agencies, including PIOJ, Ministry of Finance and Public Service, Ministry of Industry and Commerce, including the Chief Technical Director of the ministry, the Jamaica Special Economic Zone Authority, and any others who I might have missed. Attendees from our local tertiary institutions, UE, UTEC, UCC, JTEC, guests from the Bank of Jamaica, and those joining from wherever you are around the world virtually, and for our distinguished guests here with us, good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening. It is a pleasure to have you here today, whether you're in person or virtual. We would have started conceptualizing and pulling together this seminar since about October. In collaboration with IDB, and Compete Caribbean, who have been very supportive in this initiative, we are happy and thrilled to be here today. The seminar today will represent a collaboration for research that will drive productivity and innovation in research that the Jamaica Productivity Center has done, research that the Jamaica Productivity Center is looking forward to do. The research that we will see presented today would have happened through a call for papers that would have looked at issues relating to the drivers of productivity within Jamaica. We understand that in Jamaica, there are some factors that might hinder productivity, such as lack of innovations, skills and educations, technology, and we're here today to try and sort through and explore these issues. So now I'd like to introduce the Chief Technical Director of the Jamaica Productivity Center to tell us more about why we're here today.
Thank you, Michaelan. And Michaelan is our Senior Head of Research and Measurement at the Jamaica Productivity Center. So I want to welcome everyone this morning. I am seeing a very full room of Friends of Productivity, representatives from our own ministry, our Board of Directors, and the IDB Compete Caribbean Group. Our ILO representative who is here with us today. Welcome, sir. And our presenters this morning who would hear from, we are looking forward. We also have representatives from all our local institutions, tertiary institutions here today, UE, UTEC, UCC, JTEC, just to name a few. I'm seeing representatives from even the Bank of Jamaica here joining us virtually and in person. Welcome to you all. We are thrilled, as Michaelan said, to have you here with us. It has been a long time coming, and to see you all here today warms our heart. You know, at the Jamaica Productivity Center, many of you probably will be hearing about us for the first time or interacting with us for the first time. Some, we have been friends for decades. But just a little bit about us. We are the department of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, who is also partnering with us to sponsor this event today. And we have a tripartite board because made up of the Employers Federation, the Confederation of Trade Unions, and the GOJ, because we believe that through this partnership, we can promote and facilitate sustainable growth in Jamaica. Now, we also provide public education, benchmarking and measurement, looking at the sector and in enterprise levels. We promote productivity research and looking at the whole productivity movement here in Jamaica and building that capacity to provide the technical assistance that organizations need and individuals need to improve work and enterprise productivity. So we have a very vital mission at the Jamaica Productivity Center to educate Jamaicans about the importance of being productive and to implement the systems and programs that will help Jamaicans not only to become more productive, but to be innovative, to become more competitive, and we can only achieve this if we work together. So through advocacy, the consulting, the research, the knowledge management, and the technical assistance, we hope to get us where we need to get. And so today represents an important milestone in a blossoming partnership with the Ministry of Labour, the JPC, IDB, and Compete Caribbean to advance effective programming and evidence-based policies. And through this collaboration, we have put out the call for proposal that was mentioned, enabling sustainable productivity improvement and innovation in Jamaica and the Caribbean. So the purpose of this call is to develop the evidence-based policies and recommendations to address factors that hamper productivity improvement and innovation, and to encourage the strategies to promote sustainable productivity improvement in Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. So today we'll share this project that was successful in receiving the grant, and we'll hear more about that later, so we're looking forward to hearing from our presenters. And we know that research is critical to unearthing and exploring the unique issues that affect productivity, because we know that productivity is not something, that's it's simple. It's simple, but not simplistic. It's a complex thing. It's multifaceted, and it impacts all areas of life and all persons that we come in contact with. So over the years, we have proven that research is important to creating meaningful impact. And so through the research, the center, we have done work on energy costs, explored the impact of COVID. We have supported the education sector and also private and public sectors in terms of being more efficient. So this is the path that we want to continue and to widen. And that is why we have created this forum to highlight and promote research being done in the area. And we think that it's the beginning of a conversation that can positively influence our productivity pathway here in Jamaica. So we know that there are a plethora of things and areas that of interest at this time that we could speak on. So we have transportation, the whole matter of infrastructure, law and order, education, and even just the perception of productivity. And it's just a few. We can add to that list. So, and we may also have heard about the narrative on low productivity. But now is a chance to really get behind the numbers, the meaning of those numbers, and to move forward. And there was one quote that I'm going to paraphrase in brief, that we start to build a better future by what we do today. So we want to use forums like this to build that better future and to inform the policy directions and understanding of matters relating to productivity. So we want to thank the IDB for supporting this strategic objective today with this research seminar. And you know that the summit continues tomorrow into Friday. We want to also encourage you to participate in those sessions and to encourage other entities and researchers to partner with us and to support the mission to make Jamaica a more productive Jamaica. So this is the first step. I look forward to the rich discussions today and for more similar discussions in the future. So thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, Tamar. Thank you for telling us about the JPC and why we are here today. We hope that today we are able to answer several questions. One of these questions being, what have been the factors that drive and limit productivity growth locally, regionally, and globally? What strategies have been successful in developing effective innovations ecosystems? And how do new and emerging technologies impact the possibilities for an enhanced efficiency and workspaces? Tamar would have given you some information about the Jamaica Productivity Center. Now I'd like to share with you about our partners. The IDB group is composed of the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB Invest, and IDB Lab, the Compete Caribbean, that is. The IDB group offers flexible financing solutions to its member countries to finance economic and social development through lending and grants to public and private entities in Latin America and the Caribbean. The IDB works to improve lives in Latin America and the Caribbean. With a history dating back to 1959, they are the leading source of development financing for Latin America and the Caribbean. They provide gold, loans, grants, and technical assistance and conduct extensive research. They maintain a strong commitment to achieving measurable results and highest standards of integrity, transparency, and accountability. About Compete Caribbean. Launched in 2012, the Compete Caribbean Partnership Facility is a private sector development program that delivers innovative and practical solutions that stimulate economic growth, increases productivity, and fosters innovation and competitiveness. The program works in 13 Caribbean countries and is a partnership between the IDB, the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, the Caribbean Development Bank, and the Government of Canada. So for our first session, we will now be introducing the grants winner of the Project for Enabling Sustainable Productivity Innovation in Jamaica by Asia Williams. Now, this project, this is the first step in this partnership and this project. And we have with us here today Kayla, who will tell us more about the project and also bring greetings from the IDB.
Great. Good morning. Hi, everyone. And thank you so much, Mikhail. Thank you, Tamar. And as well, the JPC team, researchers, colleagues that are present with us here today. Good morning and welcome. My name is Kayla Grant. I'm a specialist in the Competitiveness, Technology, and Innovation Division of the IDB, and working very closely with the JPC over the last few months. They've been an excellent team to work with. Unfortunately, I'm joining virtually, and I deeply regret that I'm unable to join everyone today. I won't go into the details of why I can't be there, but I'm basically next door, so I'm here with you all in spirit. But I really wanted to be there in person to especially the discussions on the sidebars that tend to happen and the networking, which I hope all of you will be able to engage and benefit from. So as Mikhail would have indicated in sharing about the IDB group, and one of the things that I wanted to drill in on is that we strongly hold the belief that research is critical to development work. And our new strategy, which was recently released this year, emphasizes that. There we stress the importance of the IDB becoming a knowledge bank for the region, that we're investing as well and putting more into how we're generating and supporting that knowledge development. We'll share a little bit more about that at the end of the agenda, where my colleague Sylvia Dohnert and I will be discussing some of those investments that we've made, not only in publications and data sets that are available and specific to the Caribbean region, but also projects and research grants, upcoming research grants that we think everyone here might be interested in. So we look forward to that discussion with you and also getting your inputs during that session. Going back to what Tamar indicated, data has shown us that productivity has been declining in Jamaica over the years. In response to that, the government of Jamaica has placed high importance on addressing productivity to help the economy and to help the economy deliver sustainable and inclusive growth, especially given the context that we're seeing nowadays with disruptive technologies and the number of global challenges that we're facing, which are quite numerous, and which I won't be listing here, but which you'll be seeing in some of the research presentations being presented today. Of course, one many people's in the forefront of our minds is AI and digital technology and how that's impacting. We have another researcher that's looking at climate change and the impact on fisheries productivity, which is Asia, actually. So these are the type of discussions we'll be having today, which are extremely relevant to how we're looking at long-term productivity and how we're taking the data and evidence that's available for us to be able to understand what are those factors that are influencing and driving these impacts that we're seeing, and how we can steer in a certain direction. And in order to steer, that requires vision. And so we do have documents such as a Vision 2030 in Jamaica, and also on the IDB side, we do have a country strategy with Jamaica, which has as one of the focus areas focusing and looking at productivity and how we can support increasing productivity, as well as cross-cutting issues such as climate and gender. So research, again, I think we all share the same sentiments here and how passionate we are about the importance of research, because it enables us to better understand these type of factors that affect, in this particular thematic area, innovation and productivity, how we can design better, how we can use evidence-based policies and programs that direct our economy in the right direction, and then how we monitor and learn and redirect if necessary based on those implementations and data. One of the things we'll also be talking about a little bit later is the importance of data, the access to that data, the curation, and also the availability of that data sharing policies that are impacting the region, et cetera. All of this also impacts the type of research we're able to do, this whole idea of data sovereignty within the region, and how we're able to ensure that we're part of that narrative, especially since data is what's driving a lot of these new technologies that are in turn impacting us. No? So I will reiterate what Tamar and Mikhail has indicated. We're very delighted to be partnering with the Jamaica Productivity Center on this initiative. Tamar was explaining what the JPC was. Up until last year, I was not aware, embarrassingly, of the JPC. It was actually one of my colleagues, Lorenzo Escondier, who's the Chief Operations Officer at the IDB, while we were on an MSME roadshow. We found out and were able to connect with the JPC, and we're so glad that we were able to do so. This partnership underscores the importance of research and how that research contributes to development, and also how it will translate into policy. So we're very much looking forward to the researchers presenting their technical proposals, what they've been working on, and how we can have a fluid discussion on that. I would again like to thank Compete Caribbean Partnership Facility. We have representatives here from Compete Caribbean who's financing this research seminar and also the papers that are coming out of it. Throughout the workshop, once again, thank you for being here. I encourage you to engage in this constructive dialogue and discussion, to share insights. It's an opportunity to connect, share, learn from each other, and hopefully it will spark future collaborations, especially on this topic, and how we can continue to collaborate and work together. Thank you again to the JPC team and everyone there. And yeah, I look forward to trying to join as much as I can virtually. Thanks.
Much, Kayla. So now we will have Asia Williams present. Asia will be presenting the paper that she was successful in competing for the grant project. The title of her paper is Climate Change, Conservation, and Fisheries Productivity, a Case Study of Jamaica. Asia, I'll just ask that when you come up, you tell us a little bit about yourself. Please help me welcome Asia Williams.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Great to be with you here today. My name is Asia Williams. I work on blue economy and marine protected areas. And thank you to IDB and Ministry of Labour and Social Security and Jamaica Productivity Centre for engaging me on this proposal. I will present my methodology, and then I would ask you all for your feedback. You know, we're at a very early stage of the research, so it would be great to get more feedback and input as we develop the project. So just to tell you a bit about myself, most of the work that I do at the moment is on marine protected areas and sustainable fisheries, and also looking at the impact of climate change in these areas. So I actually received the call for proposals, I think the day before it closed, and I was in two minds. I said, do I submit something with such a short time frame? But I said, you know, this is something that I'm extremely passionate about, and I'm just going to throw my hat in the ring. And that's how a lot of opportunities related to the environmental sector and success stories have actually come about for me. So just to give you a bit of background, I was born in Trinidad and Tobago, and growing up I used to love swimming and snorkeling on Baku Reef, and this really sparked my interest in this area. You know, I grew up in London, and whenever I went back, I used to love this reef, but I saw the decline over time, and it was such a shocking thing for me to see this precious ecosystem dying and becoming less productive, and the impact it had on fishers and tourism sector. And similarly for Jamaica, you know, we have an amazing ecosystem. I've been living here for the past 5 years, and the reefs are also in critical decline. If you look at the statistics, since 1970s, we've lost 85% of reefs, and you know, at the moment we're experiencing coral bleaching, and this is impacting fisheries productivity. And so I think this research is critical in terms of looking at how do we combat these challenges, and how do we ensure that fishers, who are often the most vulnerable in coastal communities, are really protected against the impacts of climate change. So I have my presentation. Do I just use this clicker here? Okay. So the study essentially looks at the interplay between the climate change impacts, conservation efforts that Jamaica is currently undertaking, and fisheries productivity, and some of the challenges that could potentially be related to the wider Caribbean market and other coastal communities, small island developing states. Not sure if someone else can control this slide. Oh. Next slide, please. Okay. So the significance of fisheries for Jamaica's economy. If we look at fishing and the role that it provides in terms of employment, to date it's around 40,000 people involved in fishing and in the fisheries sector more broadly. So it provides thousands of jobs, especially in coastal communities. Some people are directly employed in fishing, or also wider value-added activities related to fishing. And then in terms of nutrition and food security, we know globally fish is a vital source of protein, and specifically for Jamaican households. So if we consider, for example, globally, the average is 19 kilograms per year that someone consumes of fish. In Jamaica, it's much higher, it's 26 kilograms. It's the second most predominant form of animal protein after poultry, and the global prediction is that by 2050, to sustain this 19 kilograms per year, we need to significantly add to aquaculture, and also improve the sustainability of aquaculture and our marine environment. So Jamaica is even above the global projections in terms of 2050. So if we want to look at productivity in the fishing sector, it's extremely critical in terms of food security as well. And then if we look at imports and exports, Jamaica actually imports about $116 million of seafood products a year, and we only produce 14 million, so it's a negative trade balance. And so it's a huge opportunity if we're able to produce more locally, and then also reduce that import production, import bill around fisheries. So some of the questions that my research will be looking at is, how is climate change affecting water temperatures and subsequently fishery productivity in Jamaica? In future slides, I'll just go through the initial research that I've done, but I'll be going into deeper as part of this research, the impacts of climate change on fisheries productivity. So this, for example, climate change is causing warming waters, as I mentioned, coral reef loss, bleaching of coral reefs, ocean acidification, and several other impacts on the ocean. And this actually impacts the variability of species across the ecosystem, migration patterns, and then also reproductive rates of species. So what we know as our fisheries today can significantly change because of climate change impacts and has already begun to do so. We'll also look at what the current status of key fisheries, so lobster, conch, sea cucumbers, seaweed, in terms of the catch per unit effort. So the amount of effort a fisher has to put in to catch the amount of fish they do and how that's changing over time. And there's overall trends. Then the role of marine protected areas. Jamaica has a number of marine protected areas: White River Fish Sanctuary, Montego Bay Marine Park, Discovery Bay, Alligator Head Foundation, etc. And these cover about 15% of the coastal area, but as the overall exclusive economic zone that Jamaica has, which is about 280,000 square kilometers, it's only 1.1%. So what is the role that marine protected areas can play in improving biodiversity and fisheries productivity, the role of aquaculture in supplementing fisheries productivity, and then, as I mentioned before, how do seafood imports and exports, along with local seafood markets and tourism, influence the fisheries productivity, and how are changes in access to these resources and natural assets impacting local fishers who tend to be artisanal fishers, day-to-day fishers, and sort of very vulnerable low-income community, but can be supported through sustainable fisheries to have a better quality of life. Okay, so assessing climate change impacts. If we look at sea surface temperatures across the Caribbean and in Jamaica specifically, we've seen an increase in the past century in the warming of waters. And that's important because, as I mentioned earlier, it impacts the distribution of species, where species migrate, and also reproductive rates. And so where fishers would typically go to fish, over time there might be changes and also loss in abundance of species. That also impacts coral health. So coral cover is declining because of warming waters. Corals are very sensitive to heat changes, and also because of climate change, carbon dioxide leads to increased acidification of the water, changing the pH balance and leading to a decline in coral reef. And this is really important because even though corals cover 1% of the ocean, they're actually home to 25% of biodiversity. So they're home to the majority of fish. So a loss in coral means a loss in fish, and therefore productivity in the fisheries sector. And then climate change is also altering weather patterns. So the frequency and severity of hurricanes and other climate change related impacts that then impact fishing communities' ability to go out and fish, the availability of biodiversity or fish species for them, and then also can mean a loss in catch and a decline in productivity. So just to go through some of the basic methodology that I'm proposing is to look at the catch per unit efforts. As I mentioned, the amount of effort that fishers put into catching species for the local markets and also for exports. So specifically, I'll be looking at lobster, conch, sea cucumbers, and seaweed. Sea cucumbers specifically is a high-value export market to China predominantly. So in the past, Jamaica has exported about 1 million of sea cucumbers to the Chinese market, and it's seen as a really high potential growth market for export. However, it is very vulnerable to overfishing and climate change impacts as well. And then we'll look at historical catch data, so examining the catch data over time to understand fisheries productivity, and then reviewing stock assessments on the sustainability of existing fish stocks within Jamaica and the benefits of, for example, implementing closed seasons and marine protected areas in supporting healthy fish stocks. So below you just see an indication of trends around employment in aquaculture and capture fisheries. You'll see the majority of fish produced is from the marine environment, a very small percentage from aquaculture, but that does not mean that that's something that can't grow and shouldn't grow, because it provides, as I mentioned, a huge opportunity to subsidize the local fish consumption. So as I mentioned, the 26 kilograms of fish that's consumed per capita per year means that it's really a significant opportunity to invest in aquaculture, especially if you look at the decline in fish stocks on the marine environment and the potential of climate change to significantly continue to impact that. And you'll see also that the growth in employment in the fishery sector has not been steady. So actually, aquaculture used to be much higher, and there's been a decline. So it'd be good to understand why some of that is and what can be done to grow that back and increase the amount of aquaculture done locally, as well as why the employment in the fishery sector is so variable as well. So in 2013, fisheries contributed only 0.29% to GDP, and in 2023, it was 1%. So in 10 years of fisheries initiatives, we haven't seen a significant increase in contribution to GDP, and that's something that we'll be looking at and analyzing what the causal factors are. Is it climate change related? Is it a lack of sustainable interventions? And why has, in 10 years, there's only been a 0.7% increase in the contribution to the economy through fisheries? Just some other data. So there has been, in the quarter up to September 2023, an increase in female licensed fishers. There's also been a 47% renewal in fishing licenses. However, if we look at the youthful population defined between 17 and 35, there's been a 20% decline in that group in engaging in fisheries. So it seems to be, based on demographics, a dying sector because young people aren't taking up the opportunity to engage in fisheries. And in terms of the long-term sustainability of the fisheries sector, if young people aren't engaging in the industry or leaving the industry, then that offers a significant challenge, and that's potentially one of the policy recommendations in terms of looking how to engage younger people in this sector through innovation and technology. Some other factors. Okay, fish production was increased actually 21% in the final quarter up to September 2023. So that's a good indication. And then you'll just see 70.5 million contribution of capture fisheries production, and only 2.8 million from aquaculture production. So there is a significant potential of aquaculture to grow the local demand and export. So marine protected areas, this is a very important area for me. Marine protected areas, they can be a bit controversial because fishers may initially feel that they're being excluded from a space where they harvest their resource, make their earnings. Jamaica is signed up to the High Ambition Coalition for 30 by 30, so to protect 30% of the ocean by 2030. We're at 15% of the coastal area. So we're not doing too badly, but we can do more in terms of the broader exclusive economic zone that I mentioned is 280,000 square kilometers. But marine protected areas have been shown scientifically to have significant benefit in terms of restoring biodiversity, fisheries productivity within 5 years of being established. And they also support building resilience against climate change impacts. And so I will also be looking as part of this research as marine protected areas as a tool to really enhance fisheries productivity and to help support the biodiversity of our ecosystems. And so some of the data already shows, for example, if we use White River Fish Sanctuary, they did a study in 2022, 5 years after setting up the marine protected area, and they saw a 44% increase in biomass and a 21% increase in coral cover. So marine protected areas do work, and I'll be exploring a bit more the potential of marine protected areas to support Jamaica's productivity in fisheries. Aquaculture, as I mentioned, at the moment, excuse me, the production trends are low. They've been declining since 2000, but they do have potential for export and sales and significant economic impact if it's an area that's heavily invested in. So the research will also look at the role of aquaculture to offset some of the pressures on the marine environment. Okay, so I had already mentioned the high seafood consumption per capita. As I mentioned, Jamaica has the highest, one of the highest in Latin America and the Caribbean for seafood consumption, so the 26 kilograms per person per year, higher, much above the 19 kilograms, which is the global average. So in terms of ensuring food security and nutrition, looking at sustainable fisheries is a very important part, and also understanding the trade dynamics and the impact of climate change on this, as well as resource access. Marine protected areas do limit a percentage of the exclusive economic zone for fishing, but under the expectation that there's a dividend or a return excuse me, in terms of increase in fish productivity, because what you're doing is you're essentially protecting an area so that juvenile fish can grow to a certain size, and then they move out of the marine protected area, and then fishers find that there's more abundance on the fringes of these marine protected areas, and therefore their catch improves. And climate change, as I mentioned, will be a core part of the research in terms of looking at the impact on fisheries, but also coastal communities in terms of livelihood disruption because of the impacts of climate change, potential reduced food supply, and economic hardship. So some of the areas that we'll be looking at in terms of productivity is some of the disruptions that climate change can have to fisheries productivity and fish stocks, as well as fish catch and the ecosystem changes that climate change can contribute to. Okay, so I have included some potential policy responses, but as I mentioned, we're in a very early stage of the research, and so none of the potential policy recommendations are set. I have to do the detailed research before actually coming up with any policy responses, but we had mentioned we'll include it as just to give an oversight in terms of the potential policy responses. So some of the things could potentially be around early warning systems related to climate change related severe weather events, so that fishers and coastal communities aren't as impacted by climate change events, investing in resilient infrastructure and innovation in the fisheries and aquaculture sector, looking at climate resilient docks and processing facilities, and also investing more heavily in aquaculture to offset the impact of changes to wild-caught fisheries species as well. And there's also another number of other policy interventions that could be included. As I mentioned, youth engagement, technology to boost the productivity of the sector, and also marine protected areas as a tool to support restoration and resilience of ecosystems. So some of the further conclusions and potential recommendations will include implementing science-based policies to ensure the long-term health and productivity of the sector, looking at how we can adapt to climate change through infrastructure, technology, and aquaculture, and then also looking at sustainable finance, so what climate adaptation funding can be used to support it and diversify the income of fishers, evidence-based recommendations based on the analysis on fisheries productivity, how that can be enhanced, and the potential for conservation investments to support local communities and biodiversity, and then really trying to give a comprehensive insight onto the impact of climate change specifically on fisheries and conservation efforts and the role they play in sustaining the sector, and then other socio-economic factors related to fisheries productivity in Jamaica. This is an indicative research timeline, so month 1 to 2 doing the initial stakeholder outreach, and we've done initial literature reviews, but data gathering and analysis. I have some data from FAO, Ministry of Fisheries, and other organizations, and getting more detailed and up-to-date data will support that in the initial months, then doing a deep dive and analysis of that data, triangulating the various methods, following up, and doing some regression and trend analysis. Then month 4 and 5, drafting the report, amending the report based on feedback and suggestions, editing, and then a final review and sign off and design edit of the report. Here's some of the sources that I've used for the initial proposal. And, that's the end. So if you have any questions, please, happy to answer.
So thank you for that presentation. It was a very interesting presentation. I'm pretty sure that some of you might have some questions. Before we take the questions from you, we would like to invite Kayla Grant to lead the discussion in terms of the feedback on Asia's paper, where we would like to see it go, and then afterwards we'll take the questions from the audience. Do we have Kayla ready?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Asia?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thanks, Asia. Appreciate it. Okay. No, excellent. Thank you so much, Asia, for the presentation. I want to commend you first for deciding to submit to this call that we had, because it's a very interesting notion. And the reason being is that, especially at the IDB, we do currently have this high-level focus where we're looking at topics such as addressing climate change, how we're reducing poverty and inequality, and how we're bolstering sustainable and regional growth, as well as looking at productivity and innovation as it goes through that, of course. So this whole aspect of biodiversity and looking at climate action, all of this comes together within this paper, especially when you're looking at vulnerable communities and their livelihoods. When we're looking at fisheries as a sector in Jamaica, it's also something to take a closer look at historically. And so it would be interesting. It's interesting that you showed the trends as well, so we can get a better understanding of that. So excellent setting of the motivation, and in terms of why this research, you mentioned the whole aspect of food security, the fact that it's the second highest source of protein, the aspect of negative trade balance as well as it pertains to seafood products and importing that. Looking at the marine coverage, this whole topic of the blue economy, especially when we're looking at island economies, is something also at the IDB, and which we do have one of our climate change and blue economy experts in the room who might be leaving shortly. So I'd love to get his inputs as soon as I finish speaking. And just weaving in these topics of climate, the various data sources that you mentioned that you would be using, and the type of impact this could have. It's very interesting that you also made a reference to MPAs, these marine protected areas, and also what other studies have shown that how they can help to improve biodiversity and also to increase stock. So thank you so much, Asia, for going into the presentation and for giving us this context. I do have a number of some perhaps starting points and questions. Did Gerard leave yet? Yes. Okay. Well, I'm not hearing if anyone is speaking. Okay. Yeah, he had a 10 o'clock meeting. So no, perhaps when he comes back in a little bit later, we can have further discussion on this, again, because he's our blue economy and climate change specialist. So I'll kick off some of the discussion, and then as Mikhail indicated, we can open it up for not really just questions and answers, but providing insights and thoughts One of the things, for instance, that I had a question on some of the data sources that you mentioned is what challenges you foresee you might have in collecting some of this data. So maybe persons in the audience have recommendations of how they've overcome some of these challenges. And of course, perhaps on the IDB side, we can provide some support. I ask about the data because it's also linked to the methodology that you propose. And so I also wanted to know if you can expound a bit more on the methodology in terms of the type of analyses that will be taking place. In the paper that you had shared, that you had sent to us, you had mentioned, doing trend analysis, statistical descriptions, but also interestingly, you mentioned GIS mapping and doing regression analysis. So I wanted to understand exactly what you would propose to do there. The other aspect that I wanted to just quickly comment on is you, at the end, you shared some of the literature, and so I'd be curious to have a run through of some of that existing literature that has been done. I'd be curious to know if anything had been done before in Jamaica and how this research builds and would contribute to that as well. And then finally, and I'll stop there, is in terms of assumptions and limitations. So I wanted to get a better understanding of what are the underlying assumptions that you're making with this research proposal, and or some of the limitations that you see with your research, aside from the data aspect, but any other limitations that you think you might encounter or that might affect the results of your research. I'll stop there because the other things that I have are more out of curiosity. But no, once again, excellent presentation, Asia, and thank you so much. I'll hand it back over to you. Asia and Mikhail, I'm not sure how you'd want to handle.
Yeah, Asia, you can address.
Respond, okay.
Okay,
So,
sure.
in terms of data collection, thank you for those questions. Some of the challenges that I foresee is that I do have some data around fisheries, as I mentioned, from Food and Agricultural Organization, Ministry of Fisheries, National Fisheries Authority, and other stakeholders, but it's not necessarily the most up-to-date data. So maybe some of it that I have is 2017, some goes up to 2022, and so seeing what updated data that they have that can support this research to be more current, and then also response time sometimes with engaging some stakeholders. You put a request in for data, and the response might take longer than expected to get back the data. But hoping that my relationships and working with the IDB that we can get the updated data as soon as possible so that the timeline for the research isn't too long, because, yeah, we need the data as the first step. So those are some of the challenges I see in terms of access to data. And because I know that a lot of this data exists, I've seen previous versions, and so hoping that ministries and agencies will be forthcoming with updated data within quick response times. The methodology question that you'd asked in terms of just some more explanation. So I mentioned the catch per unit effort, which is really looking at when fishers go out to fish, how much effort is expounded in terms of distance, amount of fuel, the amount of time they spend fishing, the type and amount of species that they catch, and really analyzing how that has changed over time against the numbers employed in the sector, and then also looking at the sea surface temperatures and the change over time. I think you'd mentioned what's been done before. So there has been some research done before on the change in sea surface temperatures over the century, so the variations per decade over the past century for Jamaica and for the wider Caribbean. So that data exists. GIS mapping, my intention was to look at how we can map where the marine protected areas are physically to see the distribution across Jamaica, and then also looking at the species and the common fishing grounds of fishers to understand the relationship between that. and any sort of spatial data on warming waters and migrational distribution of common fish species for the fisheries sector. So those are the types of things that I'd look at, and then trend analysis in terms of change in sea surface temperature, distribution of employment, and types of catch, and the increase or decrease in catch per fisher. So analyzing, as I mentioned, that CPUE, catch per unit effort over time, to really give an indication of whether it's a positive trend, a negative trend, and then looking at some of the potential factors that could be impacting that. And then also for GIS mapping, sorry, I also wanted to look, depending on the availability of data from some of the marine protected areas. I know White River Fish Sanctuary and Oracabessa have this data, but I'm not sure about all the other marine protected areas. It will be interesting to spatially look at the temperature changes that they've been experiencing and the interplay between the coral cover. So as I'd mentioned, with the establishment of White River Fish Sanctuary, you've seen an increase in coral cover, but last year and this year, Jamaica's currently experiencing a bleaching event due to high sea surface temperatures. And so when they go back and survey, there's a loss or a decline in coral cover. So being able to map and see the two physically would be very interesting to make the case of the impact of sea surface temperatures on coral and therefore fisheries productivity. So in terms of what's been done before specifically for Jamaica, there's some research on sea surface temperatures. Ministry of Fisheries has some data on catch per unit effort. As I mentioned, I'm not sure if they'll provide or what in the timeline we'll get the most updated information. Some of the marine protected areas have data since establishment, which looks at the progress or the changes since establishment. And then some of the limitations will be essentially the access to data, and then also understanding the causal relationships, because as you saw with the employment slide and the aquaculture slide, there's been a lot of variation, sometimes decline in employment and aquaculture production, and understanding whether that's climate change related or other socioeconomic factors that has some limitation. There'll be some assumptions there. And then also looking at climate change specifically, the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, has reports on future projections in this area on sea surface temperatures and fisheries production and the impact on small island states. However, these future projections are based on models. They're not, they are very accurate, but they're a model, and models can have errors, and that's one of the limitations, because we're also not sure. The Paris Agreement meant that we had committed to limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, but at the moment we're on track for 3 degrees warming, and we've already exceeded that at 1.8 degrees Celsius. So the model essentially shows variations of scenarios depending on the amount of climate change impacts and the global commitments to reducing emissions, right? So we're making some assumptions on how countries will act in mitigating climate change. And I think that is obviously a limitation, especially for the Caribbean. We know we produce 1% of global emissions, but we're extremely vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So, yeah.
No, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Asia. This aspect of understanding the causal relationships we'll definitely continue to explore a little bit further as we do the research. Great. I'll hand it over to anyone that might have questions. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you very much, Kayla, for that analysis, and Asia for the response. So now we'll open up the floor to more questions. We have a roving mic that will be going around. And anyone who's interested in asking a question on Zoom or on YouTube, you can raise your hand on Zoom to let us know if you'd like to speak, or put in the chat. And on YouTube, you can put your question in the chat as well. So I'd like to invite the first question from Ms. Edwards.
I'll wait for the mic.
Yeah, Asia, you can come back.
Good morning, and thanks so much, Asia, for that quite comprehensive presentation. I had a couple of questions which are kind of more practical in nature. So one is, I think you need to look at the long-term viability of artisanal fishery. Following on from your last question, your last information about projection of the rise of seawater temperatures, because I think there are some serious concerns about the long-term viability. And then I think I noticed that you didn't have shrimp as one of the products that you were looking at. I'm not sure if you're aware that there were two very successful shrimp operations in Old Harbor and just opposite Goat Island. You might want to speak to the ex-chairman of the Jamaica Agricultural Development Foundation, which ran one of those operations, because they were successful aquaculture operations, and I think maybe the future might lie more in aquaculture rather than artisanal fishing. Mm-hmm. The other point I wanted to make is concerning deep sea fishing, which you haven't really spoken about, but which I think also may have greater promise in the future rather than the artisanal fishing, which employs a lot of people now. But I think if we look at a combination of aquaculture, mariculture, deep sea fishing, we can look at how do we provide a sustainable lifestyle and sustainability of these right now artisanal fishers. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for the suggestions. I will look into those case studies and also any context that you can provide me with. I'll be grateful for. Yeah, I did think about the comment on long-term viability of artisanal fishers. One of the things that came to mind is SDG 14. So some of the sub-goals within SDG 14 is to improve the benefits of fisheries for SIDS and also for artisanal fishers. So the goal is essentially to support artisanal fishers to have a have a livelihood in the fisheries sector. But the reality with climate change impacts is that fishers really need to have the technology and the boats to go further into the EEZ and reduce the pressure on the coastal areas. So it's a good point. Yeah, and then in terms of shrimp, I was considering shrimp and oysters as well. I know that's a big market, but yeah, I'm just not sure in terms of the scope how wide it can be. I would love to talk to your colleague at the Jamaica Agricultural Development Corporation. And yeah, I do think one of the policy recommendations coming out of the research will be looking at deep sea fishing investments because, yeah, at the moment, as I covered, was 88% of fishers are artisanal, but the long-term sustainability is questionable with the environmental changes.
Sure. My name is Lisa Suarez-Lewis. I had past connections with John Pro, so I see things from that angle. I completely support the artisanal fishing viability efforts, whatever is there, because of the context of Jamaica. We have to grow with jobs. If we do not grow with jobs, you have a big informal, nearly 50% of our employed labor force of 1.25 million are not skills certified, earn at or below the minimum wage or near, and are underemployed. And I shared with Diane that when you do jury duty in Jamaica, the easy occupation is I'm a fisherman. So if you take that away, you're giving him another job, and we know that job may come with other things. So it's critical for us to understand this research in the context of Jamaica, and therefore I also implore the IDB to make that connection, because I would love to see Asia, and by the way, very good research, and I'm glad you're doing it, to see that we're actually making a connection with some targets. So is JAMPRO going to get a target for their aquaculture? Is the Ministry of Finance going to provide some incentives? Because aquaculture has kind of died a natural death, as far as I know, and I used to be connected to the industry. And if we are not making the roadmap, then, you know, the research is going to naught. So I think its research is very good, but we kind of know that we just need to go to the roadmap and execution. And I think the holistic view of an IDB and others to make sure that these things happen, to make sure that the targets are met, is critical. So it wasn't a question, just encouragement that we go a little bit further. Thank you.
Excellent project. I agree with Kayla in terms of the scope and the depth and the impact. I think the work that you have done so far is quite informative and instructive. And you have highlighted a lot of work that I think many of us didn't know existed. And I think that can be very useful in terms of the programs and initiatives in various organizations. So, you know, we're looking forward to seeing further work done. I have a question for you coming all the way from Peru through our state minister in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, the Honorable Norman Dunn, who is unavoidably absent with us, but still logged in, listened to your presentation, and was quite interested. His question is on the whole matter of the method of harvesting and productivity, right? What is the best or the optimal for productivity, and if your research goes into that, and if you could share whatever information you have on this matter.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dr. Dunn and Dr. Suarez. So in terms of, I'll just deal with the last question first in terms of harvesting and the impacts on productivity. So one of the other potential recommendations that's likely to come out of this is that, so Jamaica does have some harvesting restrictions and gear limits, closed seasons, guidelines on, fish pot sizes and these type of things. But the issue is around enforcement, and it's the same with the marine protected areas. So one of the areas that potentially would come out of this is increased investment in enforcement of these type of fishing practices to support the sustainable productivity of the fisheries sector, and also ensuring that marine protected areas are not paper parks, but they actually are able to produce the results that they can produce for the fishing sector and wider communities. And so that, I think, is something that exists to an extent on paper in Jamaica. And some countries have more in-depth restrictions, but Jamaica does have some comprehensive restrictions, but the level of enforcement is variable. So that's one comment on that. And then in terms of, I agree that there should be, coming out of this, potential set for targets and a roadmap in terms of execution amongst agencies, because research is only impactful once it leaves the paper and is implemented. And so definitely agree with Lisa on that point. One of the things National Fisheries Authority did have in their strategy to triple aquaculture by 2025. So we know that's we're not on track for that. But yeah, maybe that target can be refreshed and achieved. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We have a question online from Sylvia, so we'll take Sylvia's question.
Hi. Aisha, first of all, congratulations. So glad that you're doing this research. I really enjoyed your presentation. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, and I also fully agree with a lot of the questions and comments that have been posed. For me, one thing that I did see in your presentation, but I would love, like when you develop the work, to delve into it, is the whole issue of policy, right? So given that fishing grounds, have the characteristic of the tragedy of the commons, right? How do you manage the commons? And so in that respect, what kinds of policies to manage the commons that the Jamaican government has implemented have worked? Which kinds maybe are one has doubts about whether they've worked or not, and maybe which ones have not worked at all, right? And I would say the same for aquaculture. I mean, I saw and was very struck by the fact that the year 2000 was a year for the highest employment, both in fisheries and aquaculture. And then since then, it's plummeted for both, right? And as you said, much more for aquaculture. And one wonders, what are the constraints to expand the aquaculture sector? As Diane and others have said, that seems to be a sector that should really grow to satisfy these consumption, the yearly consumption by Jamaicans, because the open fishery sector, there are so many variables that we cannot control, right? Like increasing temperature and so on. So, I mean, the aquaculture part for me is super interesting, but always related to the policy. And then with respect to data, I mean, I did see that the last data point was 2017, and I know that it's difficult to get data in the region. So I'm even wondering, how does the government of Jamaica get data and collect data to kind of monitor the commons? And there are new technologies to collect data. We in Barbados have financed this Barbadian company that has an AI algorithm attached to an underwater robot. And they kind of film the underwater, and then they can count species, etc. I mean, just, as an example of a new technology that can really revolutionize maybe the management of the sector, no? And then when we talk about productivity, I've seen that it seems that it's related to quantities, but I also wonder about value, right? So from Compi Caribbean, we financed the MSc certification of the Jamaican conch fishery, right? And one would think that that certification would really increase the value of the conch versus before. So I don't know if you could look at that question. I mean, what are the kinds of things that can really increase the value, given that we are looking at a fishery sector which may face declining populations, whatever we do, right? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yeah, I think the point on tragedy of the commons is a really important one, because as we mentioned, artisanal fishers are mainly fishing in the coastal area, but if you look further into Jamaica's EEZ, the larger boats and fishing fleets are likely to be non-Jamaican fishing vessels benefiting from some of the species that aren't harvested locally. And then looking at implemented policies that are successful and what hasn't worked. Yeah, that would definitely be some of the analysis in terms of what existing policies are in place but aren't effective or have had good results or variable results. The decline in aquaculture, yeah, everybody saw the data, and I think there's a lot of interest in how can we boost aquaculture to meet some of the demand. So some of the initial investments in aquaculture, I know there were challenges around theft of products, and therefore it was deemed not viable at a point. But I think still, as you mentioned, technology and innovation, there are things that can be put in place to enhance aquaculture productivity. And as you mentioned, around data collection, underwater drones, that's used in some context to ensure the enforcement around marine protected areas, to listen for vessels that are entering marine protected areas and fishing where they shouldn't be, etc. So, yeah, the level of technology and the cost is obviously something for consideration. But yeah, the role that technology plays can be significant in limiting, in collecting data, but then also limiting the lack of compliance in the fisheries sector. Yeah. And then, the question around whether MSc certification, and we can look at how some of this can support increase in fisheries productivity. Yeah, I'm not sure if research has been done in this area, but yeah, it would be interesting to look at when the MSc certification was implemented on the conch fisheries, and then the value that's now being achieved through the export of conch to markets, and whether that value is being realized through the MSc certification, and whether that can be extended to other species for export as well.
All right, so I identified 3 more questions. We'll take just those 3 questions, and then we'll move on to our break.
Thank you very much. I'm Reginald Budan. I'll put on my productivity hat, productivity ambassador. Congratulations on winning the grant for this research. Good work. As a policy practitioner, I'm always looking for practical application. And when we look on some of these things, and if you're to look at the probability of this and probability of that, by the time you finish, you really don't have much to deal with. The challenges, and Dan made a very good point, you know, we really need to see how we can get the aquaculture going. I mean, we had a great thing in 2 decades ago. A lot of resources were put into aquaculture, and you saw the figures there. Of course, predatory loss is now a big problem, and it's a major disincentive. Nobody wants to invest in aquaculture because they can't reap. Other people reap. So it's not an easy thing to reduce that trade deficit. Is not easy. But we must really find creative ways of see how we can increase production. And I really want to one thing that came to mind, you mentioned you're from Trinidad. You know, in Trinidad, they have the cascadoo. And they have a kind of freshwater conch. And I wonder if we couldn't do some work to explore, because I know, for example, in Trinidad, they try to, because sometimes there's a overfishing, if I may call it that way, of the cascadoo on that freshwater conch. It's a delicacy in Trinidad. And while it may not be so in Jamaica, we could produce and export to Trinidad. So I'm just wondering, we have some ponds in Jamaica, which it might not be a bad idea to have a project to investigate what the impact will be on local species if there's competition, because those conchs really, you know, they feed on dead vegetations and produce protein. So a project in that area could be useful, even if we just let them wild and let people go and harvest them freely. It increases the protein level of the country. Thank you very much.
That's a great point in terms of the role that upstream ponds could play in supporting diversification of species for exports. So I had previously done some stakeholder engagement with fishers around marine protected areas, and actually one of the things that they had recommended is they would like to explore this further, which was really interesting that you also mentioned it, because they also see the pressures that they're experiencing. But yeah, that was also very interesting because they were very positive about the marine protected areas because they'd begun seeing some of the benefits, which isn't often the case initially when an MPA is proposed. But yeah, I think there would be alignment with the impacted stakeholders in terms of piloting something like that and seeing how that could work, and then maybe looking at nearby export markets and further afield markets.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Carrie Ann Willis. Just have a few questions and also would like to echo the sentiment and congratulations on the excellent work done so far. I am just interested to know about the urban-rural dynamics. So usually there's a dissonance in how fisher folks experience, challenges within the fishery sector in urban areas than rural areas. So it would be interesting to find out if that would be a part of the research. To what extent do rural fishers experience things different from urban fishers? The second point that I'd like to make is there is a shift in our culture as it relates to, or do we need to start thinking about a shift in our culture. So I know you had noted some specific species that you're looking at, but also wanted to find out if you'd be looking at the parrotfish, which is very critical and important to our ecosystem. And then my final point is as it relates to the transition to a greener economy. As we talk about productivity and the future of work, we know the future of work and the world of work will change and is changing currently. So in another 5 years, if we're seeing already low productivities in the fishing sector, clearly we may have lower numbers in the coming future. The fishing sector for youth especially is perhaps hampered by the time it takes to actually go out and get the fish, and then they have to find markets to go out and get market for the fish. So I wanted to find out to what extent are you going to be looking at just that paradigm shift of what existed with our forefathers and foreparents as opposed to now with the youth, and then the issues of ghost fishing and marine litter as something that is critical and impacting our marine ecosystem. Thank you so much. Ghost fishing is where the fishers leave behind nets and other fishing equipments that end up killing marine fishes.
Yes, in terms of ghost fishing or ghost gear, that's not covered in this study, but there has been work done in this area already. Yeah, the scope of this project, I mean, I would love to cover all these areas, so if IDB wants to engage me in further research, definitely please do so. You know, this is an area that I'm really interested and passionate about. But so yeah, we're not looking at the urban-rural dynamics. That wasn't in the initial scope or proposal or a ghost gear, but I know that there has been quite a bit of work done on ghost gear by Jamaica Environment Trust, but then also other organizations. You mentioned parrotfish, so this study doesn't look at that species, but I always advocate and would include it in the reporting somehow for either a parrotfish ban or closing the in catching parrotfish during the reproductive season, because parrotfish are very critical for the health of coral reefs and many other places that have successfully banned parrotfish. Yeah, it's really amazing to see their size and their reefs as well.
All right, Henry Lewis, University of Technology researcher. Thank you for the presentation. Very, very excellent work. 3 quick questions. I know as researchers, everybody wants you to do everything. What are the delimitations for this study? I think it might be helpful for those who are listening. Secondly, what stakeholder buy-in do you have, i.e. Ministry of Agriculture, so that this good work could be implemented successfully? And thirdly, given the scope of this research, do you think the timeline is overambitious?
Okay, timeline. So that, I guess that's why the scope is a bit narrowed to focus on, you know, conch, lobster, snapper, and seaweed. But yeah, the timeline, it could potentially be ambitious considering how long it takes to get back data and analyze, and also to test findings with the stakeholders, as you mentioned, how we get stakeholder buy-in and the process to get that buy-in and approve the recommendations or adjust them and that type of thing. Yeah, but that was just a sort of indicative timeline proposed, and I would like to do it as efficiently as possible, but yeah, the real-world constraints are obviously a factor. Yeah, in terms of getting buy-in, and yeah, so the limitations around the types of species that I will look at, the availability of data, the sort of models and projected trends, as I mentioned, with predictions around climate change.
No, not the limitations, the delimitations, the boundaries of the study.
Okay. So yeah, around the species, right, and the areas that I'm going to focus on the amount of marine protected areas that I'll look at, and maybe the types of data that I'll get back. So some marine protected areas have done comprehensive analysis and data collection since they were established to have those benchmarks of impacts and improvements, but others might not have as readily accessible data or easily tracked. So I think those are some of the boundaries, is that it can't cover everything, right? It has to look at specific geography and species and impact on communities.
Thank you, Asia, for handling those questions so well. Thank you for all the questions. I'm sure that it had given Asia some insight that she could use in order to make the project and our findings more robust and more meaningful to building evidence-based policies and programs that will help to support the fishing areas. I was particularly pleased to see that you were able to look at measures for productivity that related to the labor and the capacity of the fishing community. So I would congratulate you on that, and I know at the Ministry of Labor we'd be looking forward to those results. And we hope to invite everyone back again when she has published her paper for that launch. So now I will take a 15-minute break. We should be having a break in the room or the next, and I'll let the room over here. And so we'll reconvene in 15 minutes, and then we'll have the rest of our presenters, which will be followed by a group discussion led by Sylvia Dohnert of the Compete Caribbean. Thank you. So now we move into the next segment of the seminar. For this segment, we'll be having 4 presentations. The presentations will cover a variety of areas that range from education, skills, digital transformation, as well as AI. For this segment, each presenter will have 15 minutes to present, and then we'll take about 5 minutes of questions. Dr. Elaine, Stephen will be in the background, and this is for all the presenters. He'll be giving you a 5-minute signal and a 1-minute signal. So we just ask that the 1-minute signal, you try to wrap up as quickly as possible. And so we'll welcome Dr. Elaine. Dr. Elaine is actually an honorary professor, and actually I would call him a previous mentor and colleague, someone that I've known for quite a bit. He's an honorary research fellow at Silices, Mona. He is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, Mona, and a former staff member of the Department of Economics, Mona. He was Deputy Director of the Economic Commission for Latin America and Caribbean, ECLAC, sub-regional headquarters for the Caribbean, based in Port of Spain. At ECLAC, he spearheaded projects aimed at improving fiscal management and accessing finance for development. He has conducted research and published in the areas of public finance, taxation, the impact of remittances, labor markets, and questions related to poverty. Please help me welcome Dr. Elaine.
Thank you, Chair. All protocols. I want to begin by saying that I was away for 14 years. When I came back, this business of productivity was in the air, you know. And so I've had a strong interest in it. But I think that the discussion of productivity seems to be disembedded from the development logic and the development discourse. And you have to bring them together for it to make sense. So what I'm talking about today is a framework that does this. And you will tell me if it's successful. I'm not getting this thing to work, which usually is the case. Am I doing something wrong? Okay. All right. Let me begin with an observation which should not be surprising. The Jamaican economy has underperformed for at least 2 decades. It has continued to punch below its weight. And I would go on to add, even though supervised by the IMF, the World Bank, and a number of other developing agencies. And this underperformance, I think, could be linked to the issue of productivity. Given the constraint of time, I want to touch on a few things. And the paper is available. It's fairly long. So it will be available for your scrutiny. I want to talk about the character of the open economy, which is what we are discussing, an open economy. What's the central argument? The central argument I suggest is the undercapitalization of the economy. And keep an eye on that term, undercapitalization of the economy. And I'll define capital. I talk about the conditions for a sustainable knowledge economy. In other words, we're all on the threshold of the 4th industrial revolution, which means that we have to move from primary sources of production to knowledge creation and generation if we're going to be running with the hares in the 21st century. I talk about the initial conditions. I don't know how far I'll get on that. Some macroeconomic constraints, some of which you're familiar with. And then I want to focus on the agenda for building this knowledge-based economy. So I would say pay attention to 2 things, the opening statements and the final. That is where the heart of the matter is. So what's the character of this open economy? Jamaican economy. We are price takers. We do not define price. We do not determine price in international markets. Our tourism product is already defined for us in terms of the international competition for tourism services. But we could sell significant amounts of products at the going price. And apart from being price takers, there are three major goods. We have a tradable good. In our case, it's tourism. In Trinidad and Tobago, it is the oil and gas. In Ghana, it will be oil and gas. We have a tradable good. There are other things, but the central source of foreign exchange is tourism services and remittances, of course. That's another tradable. A non-tradable good, government services and so on, and imports. So those are our three building blocks. Any model you're building for the Jamaican economy has to recognize these three things. Imports, there's a debate, usually a debate, as to what is the level of substitutability of imports. But I would argue at this point that very few imports are substitutable in the short run. So what's the fundamental constraint? If imports are critical for investment, for growth, the fundamental constraint is foreign exchange. Everything you do in economies like these must seek to generate foreign exchange. That's the fundamental constraint. And those of us who lived in the late 70s here knew what it was when there was no foreign exchange, no foreign reserves. So what you want to do in an economy like this is to develop the capacity to generate foreign exchange through increasing your export capacity, increasing productivity through innovation and knowledge generation. We'll talk about that. And the key to improving performance is not price. It's not devaluing and cheapening your good. It's product quality. And product quality is linked to productivity. It is linked to it is linked to knowledge generation. Whether it's agriculture, it doesn't matter. That's the fundamental point I want to make. So what is the central argument? The argument is to solve the development challenge, not the productivity challenge, the development challenge. We must identify the core issue facing Jamaica or the rest of the Caribbean. And I begin with work by James and Hamilton, who did an extensive study of over 140 developing countries. And this is what they found. That there is a strong correlation between growth a country could attain and three things. The share of resources devoted to capital production. I mentioned that word again, capital. I explain it shortly. Presumably up to some limit. The resources devoted to upgrading the level of technology, you're not surprised at that. And the resources devoted to developing the institutional foundation of the economy. You need good institutions. There's a body of literature on that. These three forces form what he calls an integrated development fabric. So this is a central core of what you want to develop. Share of resources must increase relative to production of capital, upgrading your level of technology, and institutions, good institutions, Bank of Jamaica, Statistical Institute of Jamaica, those must be very strong, productivity center, and delivering on their mandates. So my argument is that the central crisis is the undercapitalization of the economy. What do I mean? The undercapitalization has deep... Sure, I missed something. losing myself here. Right. Sorry about this. Chair, I hope you would not. Yes, yes. Oh, to you. Okay, you could have told me that before. Okay, so the central argument is that there's this undercapitalization. And it's undercapitalization in the, what I call the domestic capital sector. That's very important. And what is the domestic capital sector? It is sectors that include education, healthcare, ICT, finance, engineering, architecture, creative industries, and so on. That is your capital making sector. We make capital in Jamaica, and that sector is undercapitalized. And what you need to do is to invest more, not just more, but in the quality of the capital sector. Oh, sorry. Undercapitalization has deep implications. What it shows up as is the low share of capital in GDP, and we could actually demonstrate that. A high degree of dependence on exports, a high dependence of exports on imports. Everything you produce here requires imports. And also imports require foreign exchange. So we're back to the argument of the need to acquire foreign exchange. Now I understand I have 5 minutes, so I define what a knowledge economy is. The foundations of a knowledge economy, knowledge generation. By the way, knowledge goes beyond science and technology, ICT, and innovation. Social inclusion and property rights are also important, but I don't deal with that significantly, deal with that in the paper. I tell you what knowledge generation is. It's know-how, know why, know how, know what, know why, know how, and know who. Let me say something about know who. Know who is the ecosystem of knowledge generation. It's who are the scientists, where they're located. We don't have that kind of information in Jamaica. How much are they investing in science and technology and research? Critical. And here, to me, the Productivity Center could have a hand in trying to generate outputs which tell us what is the ecosystem of knowledge generation. Digitization, and so on. So I explain what knowledge generation is. I talk about the ICT architecture. ICT is very important. It's the glue that holds things together. And I think what you need in Jamaica is what I call an ICT backbone that integrates all sectors and all activities. I was a little surprised when the COVID was over and we were so excited to rush back into the schools. Here was an opportunity to allow for a combination of ICT and the regular forms of teaching. There is no reason why, for example, a very able teacher can't have a course in chemistry for the whole island on Thursday at 10 o'clock. Why not? But I discussed those things in another place. Innovation, no need to talk about that here. We know what that is. Not helping me here, Chair. Social inclusion, I don't deal with that in the paper. But that's important. You have to be able to find opportunities to include those who are falling out of the workplace because of AI and those things. And property rights and decent jobs, very important. I talk about the fact that we need to have a measure of the quality of the labor force, and the ILO has a recommended strategy to do this. I think the Productivity Center could work on that to develop a workplace index of productivity. I talk about the initial conditions for a knowledge economy, which is very important, and I talk about the education constraints. Those are well known in Jamaica, and I wouldn't go into it here. So these are since I have limited time, I want to get to the recommendation. This is one challenge, the education challenge. Here, you see the labor force with no certification on the left. Labor force with equal or less than basic education in Jamaica. So at least 50% of the population doesn't have the skills for 21st century activity. That's a big problem, although it has come down. Here you have the average quarterly employed labor force by the highest exam pass, 2000, 2001. And you see again in the bright blue what's happening with the persons with no formal training. This doesn't mean that innovation can't come from that sector, but what I'm saying, when you look at the economy as a whole, the unemployed by highest exam pass, look at the persons who are unemployed mostly. The bright blue, none. So that's the heart of your problem, is showing up here. Percentage of workers trained as apprentices, on the job training, turning up again, which is very good. But look at this. This is apprenticeship. Productivity Center might want to inquire, is this a data issue or this is a genuine problem? Why is it that the private sector isn't training more persons? What's going on? These are issues to probe. I wanted to see what would happen if I add 1 to the percentage of persons, professionals with degree or diploma, and professionals without the degree or diploma, that is this one, and professionals with degree and diploma at the top. What worries me is, look, after 2014, persons with degrees, professionals, has begun to fall. Is that a data issue? Or are there real explanations? That's worrying, because this is the innovation this is the core of the workforce that would give you the innovation you want. And again here, persons without degrees or diploma, that probably is not out of line with our intuition, because as you get more and more people in the workforce that are educated, you might expect this to decline or fall, or remain constant. There are other things which are interesting, but which I have to pass quickly. Here, for example, you would recognize, those are familiar with the Jamaica data, that the unemployment rate has fallen. And the unemployment rate of women relative to men has, the gap, the historical gap has narrowed. Not surprisingly, the average level of education of women is much higher than those of men, on average, the average level. But the question is, are we taking on decent jobs? This is something that the Productivity Center could investigate. Falling unemployment, but decent jobs? And do we have a definition of decent jobs? Other constraints. We do poor on technology readiness index. Number of patents that we generate are far less than the patents generated by a country like Cuba. And by the way, much of the patents generated is generated through multinational corporations. So the local domestic patent generation is very low. Poor performance in Global Innovation Index, we know that. Results of low level of technology in goods exports and lack of diversity in the service exports. Our services are not sophisticated services, they're largely tourism services. So there's room for expansion in those services. So these are the indicators which I'll go through, which I wouldn't wait on, which I wouldn't dwell on. This last graph here worth our attention. Ooh. I need a little tutorial. Yes, this last graph, this is investing in science and technology. Everywhere you look, if you look at the WIPO's recent report on science and tech, innovation, investment in science and technology for Jamaica is no more than 3%. That may not be the correct number, 0.3% of GDP, may not be the correct number because we don't know what the private sector might be doing. But in any case, for Latin America and the Caribbean, it's no more than 6%. Jamaica, 0.6%. Jamaica, 0.3%. You can't go anywhere if you're not investing in science and technology. And there was an old argument in the 1980s when the IMF was very prevalent here, that you don't need to invest in science and technology. You could buy it off the shelf. We know that's nonsense. Even to be able to use it effectively, you need to invest in, and I think that this is what should be in the Prime Minister's portfolio. He should be talking every day about science, technology, innovation, all the time. It should be right up at the Prime Minister's ministry. This is critical. We're on the 24th century. This was just showing you the quality of exports and of goods and services, largely simple exports. In other words, we're really at the low level of the value added. Some macroeconomic constraints, many of these are familiar to you. I wouldn't go through those. Point I was making earlier about Jamaica. This is per capita, GDP per capita in purchasing power price parity prices. This is Jamaica, red. This is the rest of SIDS. These are our comparators. This is what I talk about the stagnation for more than 2 decades. These are real comparators. Those are not figures. This is the growth rate, quarterly growth rate for Jamaica from 97 to 2000, stagnation. And the irony of it, the unemployment rate has fallen. So if the productivity level is falling, and if the growth is falling, it means that we are creating large numbers of low-wage, low-skill activities. That's the implication. I want to show one last graph on the macro, and then I go to the recommendation. This is the heart of the problem. This is the heart of the problem. This is current expenditure at the top. In yellow, what you have is interest payments. That's on debt. Interest and amortization. And this is capital spending. It don't make sense. How could you have interest? We know why. You have a huge debt. But you have to flip this thing around. You cannot have capital expenditure. That's why when you drive on many roads, that's what's the result of capital expenditure, right? But capital expenditure is being used as an adjustment mechanism because, it's difficult to change the current spending. You talk about nurses and doctors. So the overall real expenditure is repressed, and I know the private sector like to say about government spending. Governments in this country be repressing expenditure for more than a decade. That's the evidence. And so the capital expenditure is relatively low. Interest payments are high and budgets must be balanced over the business cycle. I wouldn't go into that. And very importantly, there's a lot of discussion when I return to Jamaica on the debt problem, the current debt problem. The current debt problem, as the president of the IDB once told me, is past sins. What we must focus on is new debt issuance and how we are looking at the relationship between, yes. Oh, I think I must have been pointing this thing in a very threatening manner. And how we are looking at the relationship between new debt and the returns to that investment. That is the critical variable, not past debt. I know we need to bring down the debt, but there's too much discussion on the debt situation in the past. What you need to is ask, what are you borrowing for now, and what is the rate of return on that investment? These are teams which, here is the productivity data, and I must say I got this from the Productivity Center. I didn't want to turn up with different data from theirs. And you see what's happening to productivity. This is a simple measure of productivity, output per unit of labor. It doesn't include changes in average work time per worker, multiple jobs, and so on, which is more sophisticated. But the point is that this is the productivity. And if you cut off from 1993 and you just use the graph, it would look like, it would look more depressed. Or should I say depressing? So there's a problem. I talk about the business environment. It's improving, but still has a long way to go. Relative to the rest of the Caribbean, we're not doing badly. So I may have run out of time, as they say. So let me go quickly into what I call an agenda. I think that there needs to be a greater collaboration between the government and the private sector. Yeah. Greater collaboration between the government and there's nowhere in the world, I don't know where we got this idea, that the private sector alone, even in the great United States, the government is very much involved in investing in the technology. It's well established. But that relationship must not be an unbalanced one, where the government carries all the risk and the private sector gets all the benefit. It must be one of accountability. It must be one of, there must be an accountability. And what you want in that relationship is an industrial policy that focus on technology policy. Is there a technology policy in Jamaica? Active. Education and labor upscaling policy. Tourism upgrading policy to address the capital shortage, and come back, in the domestic capital sector. We have to improve policy effectiveness, and we must have sunset clauses. I mean, when a thing is failed, we must walk away from it. Whatever the political concept, we must be able to walk away from it. The Chinese are always in, whatever one may say about the Communist Party, they're always getting, the government is always doing things. And when it fails, they just walk away. And we must target activities in this industrial policy with the greatest spillover effects. In other words, so that education makes sense because it has implications for a vast range of other sectors. Expand the space for business by encouraging new activities aimed at global exports. Remember I said the foreign exchange imperative, especially using capital services, so that for a long time we see education and health as domestic consumption. Crazy. These are export activities. Look, you have the vast United States market there for health. Why aren't they coming to Jamaica? Government public procurement could also emphasize business driven by youth, women, and persons with disabilities, with proper standards. Government procurement is critical. And we must invest in knowledge generation that builds technical capacity to jumpstart innovation. This is anti to the IMF position that you don't need innovation. You could buy it, get it off the shelf. Don't worry. And in the 1970s, there was a lot of innovation throughout the Caribbean. But much of that wasn't translated into real output. Schools. I developed the issue of education in other places. Schools are the cradles of innovation. And education systems need considerable reformation. I don't think it's a new idea. TVET and other forms of traditional education must be characterized by world-class offerings. You're not sending the child to TVET because he's not smart. In Norway, 50% of the children choose TVET. World-class teaching. It takes time, by the way. This is not instant coffee. And ICT must be more effective to bring high-quality training to the education sector. I mean, if you have a high school student, why is the student not doing a paper on what is happening in his or her community? Trying to solve if there's a problem with drought, why is it, or climate change effects, why is the student not doing a paper on the community in which the students live and give the students higher marks for doing that paper? And a few more things. Given we have very limited human capacity. If you think about the number of inventors and scientists and so on, it's a small number. The population itself is small. So some of these things may need a focus on the wider regional space. And Jamaica has a vast diaspora. We know that China and India benefit enormously from the diaspora. So the diaspora must not be seen as a source merely of foreign exchange, but it must be seen as an opportunity for engagement at multiple levels. So that if a teacher wants to come to Jamaica and teach for 6 months, free. The Ministry of Education must allow that to take place, and vice versa. But you have to create the space for people to come. There are a lot of people who would want to come. I have benefited from my country, Guyana, never paid for my education. I want to go back there and spend a few years, if they'll allow me, for free. You know, so that's the point I'm making, that people are willing. I said this before, we must build a broadband infrastructure to embrace all communities. This is very critical because the innovation will come from places you least expect. So you must be interconnecting all communities. Every individual must have the opportunity to interconnect. That calls for investment. And last point I want to make is that we must track productivity across sectors, and especially the capital-making sector. We must build indicators of decent jobs using the ILO definition. And we must look at skill levels. And one last thing. I think that there is when we look at productivity, I'm not sure that the productivity of the private sector is something we should pursue. I think what is better to pursue in the private sector is what I call value for money. Public expenditure reviews has been done in the education sector in Jamaica. Thank you very much.
Dr. Lane, don't go too far. So we'll open the floor to any questions that you might have for Dr. Lane. In the meantime, I would just like to point out that Dr. Lane mentioned a couple of things that we should put on our productivity agenda for Jamaica. One of the things he would have mentioned was having public-private partnerships. As you know, we're here today celebrating World Productivity Day, and tomorrow we'll actually be having a panel at our Future Work and Productivity Summits on public-private partnerships. So we hope that you will tune in to listen to that. So you can tune in online. You can find the link at FOWPSUMMIT.com. Any questions? Do we have any questions coming from online? Thank you. You want to hold the mic?
Yes.
Thank you, Thank you, Dr. Alain, for that. Yentel Williams, Director of Strategy at CAPRI and Research Assistant and Tutor of Intellectual Property Law at the Faculty of Law. Your presentation aroused so many interests of mine. It covered several passions. One of the issues I wanted to raise was this intersection that you were looking at of training on the job and educational constraints. You mentioned in terms of educational constraints that at least 50% of the population does not have the skill set for the modern economy. But I wondered whether that looks at which modern economy is it looking at, given that with the onset of all the artificial intelligence and technology that we see currently available and forthcoming, how do you intend to consider that idiosyncrasy? In terms of intellectual property, you mentioned the number of patent applications currently being less than Cuba. And in some ways to get my audiences aware of the urgency of dealing with intellectual property, I always mention the statistic that 85% of applications in so-called developing economies are actually done by foreign entities. And I think it's important to contextualize in that regard how important it is to look at this area. And I wonder why you just limit yourself to patents. I know it's related to innovations, but I would also encourage you to look at other areas of intellectual property, and particularly, as you mentioned, the link with industrial policy, tourism upgrading. Why not also a sector like geographical indication law, which covers agriculture, economics, and labor? Thank you.
Yes. On the last point, I don't know how many years I have left, but I have a wide research agenda. And clearly those are things. I've had a long career of collaborating with others. And so I'm always interested in collaboration to expand my own vision. But you're correct. The problem is that we always, and this is the thing that came up this morning with the earlier study, data. You will defer to those data sources that are available. And so that's a problem. But yes, I would be willing to team up with anyone who wants to expand my vision in that area. I'm also, with respect to your first question, I'm interested in, I am very skeptical, and I know other colleagues are going to talk about this. I know that AI is going to be, and generative AI is going to be impactful. But one must be careful. There is always this over-optimism about new technologies and how pervasive it's going to be. I think we're going to have large swathes of workers who are not part of this. Essentially, the creative side, they may experience the end product. So my thing is that you have to move that 50%. But I don't think you could think of moving them as far as, there may be generational issues too. But I think one has to be modest in what one is able to do. And this brings me to something. We make lots of demands on governments, but they don't have the capacity to deliver. They may be well-intentioned. So I'm always very careful that, a ministry is not called upon to do what it has never done. It's very difficult for it to do. So, but I agree with you that that's a thing that we have to consider what is this modern economy? And when you say knowledge creation, is it in the sense of Silicon Valley? It's not.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes.
Diane Edwards, Mona School of Business and Management.
Okay.
So I'm actually very interested in this question of a failing education system and the inability of that education system to reach a hardcore of uncertified people, and whether there are models of how this has been turned around in other countries and how almost a mass scale technical and vocational educational turnaround has happened. And I'd be interested to know whether there are role models of small countries that have done this. I mean, I hear a lot about Finland, but Finland started way ahead. So I'm really talking about developing countries who have turned this around to their advantage and been able to become more inclusive in their education system and reevaluate the question of vocational training.
Yeah.
Thank you. And what role the private sector has played in that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry you don't allow me to use the Finnish example, but but one of the things they've been able to do is to make education a high priority in terms of not just its budgetary. It's hard to become a teacher in some of these, in a place like that. It's almost like the military in the United States. You know, in the United States, if you've gone through the military, the presumption is that you have acquired a certain amount of discipline. The same thing in the Finnish. So, I know that the economic and social conditions have decimated the education system in many developing countries, including Jamaica. And the quality of teachers that you're able to attract is not what it was. And of course, many of our teachers emigrate. And that's why I was saying that if people are willing to come back to give service. But your heart of your problem, I think Mauritius and Singapore, they're seen as, but these are small countries starting like us in difficult circumstances, been able to do it. I think that what you want to do is to move the bar gradually. I'm not talking about revolutionary change that's going to take place. You know, it's a friend of mine says this is a situation where one generation will prepare the way and another generation will sit in the shade. In other words, we have to recognize it's a long-term project and it must cut across political parties. But I think there are things that we could do in the education system. We don't teach on the basis of individual competencies. We teach on the basis of the brightest or the few brightest students. You have to teach on the which means that teachers have to devote more time to the individual student. But it also means that the teachers have to be remunerated. We spend, you know, significant amount. The 5% of GDP that Jamaica spends on education is higher than the OECD average, and across the Caribbean, it's pretty high. So we spend a lot of money in education. We're not getting bang for the buck. And I think part of the problem has to do with the early childhood. If the child doesn't have a strong form, I mean, the middle classes in Jamaica, they solve the problem. They send their children to these high-paying prep schools, and then they're on their way, you know. So you have to create better spaces at the lowest level, and then that foundation is built, and then the child could go off on its own. But why are we doing this? Especially in an environment where there's a high level of emigration. You know, people say, well, okay, these people are leaving anyway. I think this drive for foreign exchange, which I talk about, must mean that we in Jamaica are providing global services. Global services. This is what the scammers do. And then I know people find this uncomfortable. It's not a good thing. They're providing a global service. I'm couching it in that way. You know, it's you know. So we have to create an environment where young people are coming out of the universities and elsewhere to provide global services. Yeah. Yes. Yes, sorry.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Raki, Faculty of Engineering,
Yes.
Mona Campus.
Okay.
I'm head of electronics.
Okay.
So just to add to your point, I mean, your discussion, I've seen the Indian High Commission at Jamaica is encouraging to collaborate with certain activities like ITEC programs, where they encourage 5 to 6, 10 around Jamaicans to go to India, and they can upgrade their skills in the top IIT institutes. Okay, and they can just come, have an education or any FTP programs, and they get trained there. So the Indian Present High Commissioner, they're like all welcome to go, they help you to collaborate with various industries, and also semiconductor devices, where they can upgrade the training and come back to Jamaica. So they have very vast opportunities. If you go to Indian High Commission, definitely they look forward for such collaborations.
Absolutely, and so what we call the UN South-South cooperation is very important. We have to, emphasize and structure these programs in ways that allow for a broader reach. They tend to really filter into the most select, a narrow range of students. Broaden the base of the.
So it's a free scholarship, sir. So any
how many they offer a year?
It depends upon the program they choose.
Okay.
Okay, so they are encouraged to travel to India, and all the expenses will be borne by the government of India.
Wow.
Okay, and just to add to your own question, so I've noticed I'm here in Jamaica from past 4 years. I've seen most of the companies are still using the old softwares, like something like, let me take an example, HR Plus, okay, which is outdated now. Now everything is cloud. So Workday, now why the government of Jamaica is not investing in such technologies where even the Jamaicans get trained in the the latest technologies. So I see still they are using HR Plus, which is outdated.
Yeah.
So
well, a question you would want to pose in a relation is, why would the private sector do that if it's a competitive private sector? One of the reasons is that a large percentage of firms operate for the domestic consumption. If it were foreign firms, they would operate differently. The IDB, I think, a famous paper called Caribbean Sclerosis did show that when you looked at the number of firms that are exporting in the Caribbean versus other places, a majority of firms were in the domestic market. And this comes back to my point that we have to generate foreign exchange. So more firms have to be exporters.
All right, so we have a question from Craig, and after that we have a question online from Samuel Brathwaite, and we'll close the question and answer section for this presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much. During that presentation, I was a bit sad until I saw the first comment at the end that said, public-private partnership between businesses. And the reason being is, I'm a young person here. Probably I might be the youngest person in the room. I'm 28 years old. And our country is being handed to us young people, right? That's Jamaica and all the Caribbean islands. And we're suffering from the decisions that were made in the past. Because, as you said, there are other countries that were small and did other things and have different results. You can say South Korea, Singapore, Israel, all those places. And for me, because I've started to read these stories, and I've read Lee Kuan Yew's book, I've read about the Korean story and how they invested and how they worked with businesses. I have a couple questions to you. One, in response to the Indian thing, yes, I actually know there's so many more opportunities. The Colombian ambassador said there's scholarships there as well. No one has ever applied. So again, there's stuff like that. So there's always opportunities for Jamaicans to take, but we're not taking them. The US Constitution, when it was written in 1740, whatever time, had a line that says, to promote the progress of science and useful arts, they're going to be able to secure limited times to author and inventors the exclusive rights. So that's copyright. So they wrote it there. Again, in 1786, I think Alexander Hamilton wrote an infant industry argument about how you have to protect infant industries and how you have protections about those. He copied the Prime Minister of England who did it. I think it was Walpole in England beforehand. We're here today in 1970 where we just decimated most of our businesses, our business community. 1990 by FinSac decimated most of the business community. Now we're here in 2020 and the stock market isn't doing as well. The business community is also being decimated again. I look at that stat, I'm here, I'm young. Productivity is not going up, so I have to deal with that on a day-to-day basis. When you say to train STEM, the only problem I have with that, and Nigel Clark had a really good argument, he says a private benefit for the university graduates because most of them migrate. There's an argument that I saw, and I didn't understand, from Stanford, where they talked about why LinkedIn got great. They said you need to have barrels to shoot the ammunition. I said, what does that mean? You need people who are managers, who can lead and organize people. We have tons of ammunition in Jamaica, bright minds, that they have no one to direct them with. No business community, no one around, and they don't achieve anything based off that. Adam Stewart can make a lot of money because that ammunition that's ready and the level managers, he can create hotels. You can use that level of labor for that. You can also create lots of call centers. But the businesses that are really going to grow, which is manufacturing and all these services and all that stuff of that nature, we don't have the capacity. So my question to you is, what would you recommend to the government now that they can do? Because when I've asked them, sometimes they say, oh, we can't change policies too hard. They can't do these type of things, which gets me super stressed. Where they can say, okay, we have some businesses that are working. How do we create more business community? Is it that we start at high school, we tell business stories? Is it that we actively invest and do all those partnerships that you say? We follow Singaporean model, Israeli model, whatever the model is. And then how can we admit, because I think this is where the socialism thing comes in, although we focus on the brighter students, which is sad and true, we also don't give them enough resources for them to succeed. In the business community, the businesses who are doing very, very well, we're not also encouraging them to do other things, which is what Korea did. They went to the big business, Hyundai, all those guys, and said, listen, you're doing this, we need to do something even bigger than that, and put up money for it. How can we change that approach so we can work with those who do well? So the Usain Bolt, who has won 8 medals, let's make sure he does that. And then at the same time, create a business community that works. And what is the approach that can make the government understand? Because the sad part is, although I'm in this room, the private sector people are rich, they don't really care that much because they're already rich. If I was rich too, I'd probably just be talking to you and write you a check. I'm serious. I'd be like, boy, whatever. But because I'm not that rich, this medium community and the small community needs to go. No, I'm pretty rich. And that's because I'm from a business family. So I get to grow because my family is teaching me all these things. And that's the next thing which I'm trying to tell you. The only reason why I'm successful is because my family was already successful. And that should not be the case. It should not be the case that I have to come from a family that's successful that can teach me. So I reach a stage ahead of most of my peers because of my family. And if the government said, okay, business is a real thing, instead of my family being my banker, then trust me, we have way more people. So I know it's a lot, but I've been reading, I get really angry about it, and I just wish somebody would come and say, okay, you know what? There are some programs that work, like the DBJ. There are some things that work. How do we get more of those, and how do we have differential laws? So I think my argument would be differential laws for small businesses and medium businesses, like you referred for the procurement process. That is with taxes, unemployment, like how they deal with employment, an encouragement system in high school and university, and then let's focus on educating people without businesses to receive them. Because if we train all these STEM people, I promise you they'll be at NVIDIA and Facebook, and we'll be no better off. Because the brightest of Jamaica, if they get the best grades that you were or wherever Campion, they're gone to America the next day building. I think it was, someone told me this, it was Yento said, being a good little colony, helping the people over there instead of building ourselves again. So we're following that same path, sending the best and brightest to another country while not building our country.
Well, let me say, there are a couple of things which, there are a couple of things going for Jamaica. I thought it was remarkable that both political parties decided on a 2030 vision. I don't know if you know Guyana, Jamaica's history. That's a remarkable thing. And there's a convergence in terms of policy direction with respect to the two political parties. This is a good thing. I'm not saying they're similar, but there's a convergence in terms of what is to be done. That's a good thing too. You have despite the education system, you have a lot of social capital. You have a very vibrant culture. The creative industries could be expanded. I make the point earlier, and I make it again, that the domestic capital making sector is crucial, and part of that is health. We have the great privilege, and I know the US has not always been a friend, but you know what? We sit close to the largest economy in the world. If we can't do well, we're not isolated. We're close to the largest economy in the largest for a time. I think the Chinese, depending on how you come to GDP, they may have overtaken them. But that to me is something which we have to see as a credit. Large amounts of purchasing power, and we're close to the US. So I am saying you want to pursue those activities for which there is tremendous demand, and health services, dental services, and certain kinds of surgery. Why are they going to India, which is much further away? So I'm saying you start with the low-hanging fruit. That's the first thing. And you want to open, as I said, the space for business so that young people, as yourself, must have the opportunity with a proper supervision to be able to pursue an activity. One of the tragedies in this part of the world is when you fail in business, nobody wants to talk to you. If you know the story of Silicon Valley and those places, if you fail 3 times, they want to talk to you. So there are challenges in small spaces, but there are also advantages. Jamaica is a household name, and whatever the crime situation, people come in large numbers. You know, it's amazing. So I'm saying that I see policy continuity, which to me is a good thing, because you've had a history of discontinuity in policy. And by the way, development is a painful and long-term process. You can't get frustrated too soon.
It's been 50 years, though.
Yes, it's a short time.
No, but Douglas O'Rain, who's my good friend, he wrote in his book about Grace Kennedy in 1990, we are going to grow faster than Jamaica, so we will have to export and go to a market that's different. He wrote a Vision 2020.
Yeah.
At Vision 2020 of Grace Kennedy was achieved. They actually reached 60% of exports from outside. Jamaica has had all these visions. I can't say we've achieved the vision. So it's like still, I heard all of that, but I just want like somebody to finally come up and say, these are the practical things. Although I see the government doing some things now, but to actually get us to move, because at the end of the day, when we're all here again, I don't want us to be 50 years from now, and I'm old, I'm sitting and saying, boy guys, you know, Jamaica has the best social capital, yeah, we're the best brand Jamaica, poor people are still poor, the business is not going good, and then a lot of people are migrating, and then we'll say, oh yes, I know Dominican Republic is now in space and they're doing fantastic because they changed their laws, but we still are in the same exact position. And that's what I'm trying to ask, like, how can we actually make changes? Like, what are the first steps to do that we could do?
Yeah.
That we could be
well, as I say, we begin with the low-hanging fruit. You can't make aircrafts at this point in time. You have to start with those things that you could do well. As I say, we are not price bakers. So we have to work on the basis of the international prices. It means our quality has to be good. And we have to improve the education system, notwithstanding large numbers of people are leaving. In other words, that 50% of the labor force means that you have a Grace Kennedy that is doing well, productivity high, and a vast array of firms, low wage, you're not going to solve the poverty issue if large numbers of people are located in low wage, low productivity activities. It's not going to happen, you know. But I think that we have to be patient, meaning that we have to work at this. The Singapores and so on, when Singapore was being taken out of the Union, people said that they were going to be a basket case. So you've had countries with, have had examples of countries that people thought were going nowhere, you know. And you're too young to be disillusioned. You have to wait for me. You have to wait for my age.
See, remember Lee Kuan Yew saw his own vision. He wrote, and he laughed at us. When I read his book, every line that he wrote was a joke to us, specifically the black countries. He said they were focused on all these other things, all this, oh yes, they're going to steal from us. He's like, boy, we don't have nothing to steal from. He invited the people to come, and at the end of the day, guess what? He said before he retired, my country's GDP per capita was almost the size of Britain, right? So that's the reality of his country. And he visited us, and he called us to loon. He literally said, this Michael Mann, the guy, boy, he's kind of done quixotic. That was the exact word. Talking about social and all these other things and how the world is this balance of order. And he focused on business, the brass tacks. And right now, Singapore has 90% happiness with home. Most people own their own home, live in their own home. And I'm just wondering still, like,
be careful there. You don't want to live on the Singaporean road.
Last year. This is...
Yes, but there's Israel, there's Dominican Republic, there's
So
South Korea,
sorry,
there's Japan,
this has
there's
been a
other
very
countries.
riveting conversation, but we have one more person that we promised we would allow them to ask a question online, and then we have the other presenters waiting as well. So thank you for that, Craig. So we will have Dr. Brathwaite online.
Hi. Good
Hi, Samuel.
morning. Well, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dr.
I
Brathwaite,
think,
if you're able, can you turn on your camera?
no, sorry, unable to turn on the camera this time. Yes, so I'm not even sure if the question is still worthy at this time, but I'll go ahead. So it has to do with migration. And I do recognize that comments were made to this effect before, but like I said, let me just go ahead. So my concern is that migration of skills at all levels, including truck drivers, we have farmers, you name it, and in recent times, teachers, especially coming out of COVID. I wonder, how does Jamaica increase its productivity given this structural problem? The way I see Jamaica, and I've said this before at other fora, Jamaica is like a small town somewhere in the United States, right? Somewhere in the sticks, as they say. And so people are always looking to move towards the East Coast or where have you, where they can find jobs, right? So how do we treat with that? Another question or comment has to do with, are we truly capturing economic activity in Jamaica? How large is the underground economy? Yes? So for example, someone can stay in their bedroom and make beats and sell same to, I don't know, people in the United States or where have you, and make money. So are we capturing these things? So when we talk about or we lament, the low productivity over the years, a question I think that hasn't been asked enough, and I don't know if there are attempts to answer it, are we truly capturing economic activity here in Jamaica, right? To what extent is the underground or informal economy, being captured, yes, or catered for? And then one other thing, in terms of Singapore, I've said this time and time again, I do not like the usage of Singapore and Jamaica in the same sentence. International capital has always had a different role for Singapore and another for Jamaica. Jamaica has always been the place where resources have been extracted. Now it is the extraction of our key resource, our labor. So let us not talk about Singapore and Jamaica in the same sentence. It's like night and day. Singapore is an outlier, full stop. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah. Let me say, on the matter of, in my old hat, I did a lot of work on remittances and migration. And what was clear to me is that if you look at the cases of Jamaica, Haiti, and Guyana, the impulses for migration have always been sharpest at the period of economic instability and volatility of output. In other words, people are not leaving simply because they want to leave. They're leaving because at points in time, they find that economic conditions are so bad they have nothing to do. So I've always felt that if you improve those conditions, fewer people would leave. I know that there is, because of our long association with the United States in particular, people are moving on the basis of what is now called family reunification. Many young people, they leave high school and go abroad. But the point still remains that where there is the highest periods of instability, there is where you see emigration at its height. So the point I'm making is that you still come back to the point that you have to fix up the economic, you have to address the economic conditions here. And then the pace of migration. Look what's happening to Guyana now. Large numbers of people aren't leaving as they left. People may still be leaving, but I'm saying, who would want to leave a good thing? However that turns out. The informal economy has always been a challenge in Jamaica and other places. It's not just Jamaica. But the evidence is that the informal, if you include the informal economy, the productivity level will actually decline. So I know the point you're making is that we're not getting the full, we're not accounting for the full expanse of output. But that's a question to me, an empirical question. We can't speculate on it. On the issue of Singapore and Jamaica, I would interpret it differently. I know that Singapore is different. And I know that international capital has moved there on certain conditions, but I'm saying that we have to ask ourselves, what are the conditions necessary to attract foreign direct investment? This is a great source of foreign exchange, and I have a graph in the document which I couldn't speak to, which show that the foreign direct investment as a share of GDP has begun to fall, more or less, throughout the Caribbean. And I would say this, building the education base through, I don't say STEM, I say STEAM, because the arts are very important as well, STEAM. It's very important to attract a high quality of foreign direct investment. So if you want a certain kind of investment, you have to have the skills and the expertise necessary to attract it, which was what Singapore did.
Yeah. Lee Fook, you also went 10 years in a row to America every year, renting out a room. Can we get foreign direct investment? And he asked all of the people who are young who are working at those financial investment firms in the USA, the people's children, how do you attract investment? And he got them to arrange. So he would spend his own money, the government money, to have rent a room in New York every single year for 10 years in a row. Plus, he then does a sabbatical at Harvard. So to say that capital, oh yeah, it doesn't come in Jamaica, okay, we need to actually send people to the States, send people to the places where they are, because they want to go to Singapore, and make noise and say, come invest in Jamaica. The man said it was so embarrassing when he have an empty room, nobody there. But guess what? He's richer than all of us because he did the work for his own people. So when I'm hearing those statements, it makes upset again, because the only difference between Singapore is that the leader tried consistently for 20 years and didn't cheat on his wife and just do the right thing. Okay? Right? So everything else in Jamaica is the same. It's the same mentality. Pure cheating, pure not 100%, and that's why it doesn't work out.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Can we give another round to Dr. Lane? So Dr. Lane clearly ignited a lot of passion in the room, but we will move quickly along to our next presentation. So our next presenter is Paige Samuel. She'll be presenting on agriculture's digital transformation in Jamaica, adoption, adaption, and innovation. Now, Paige Samuels is an MPhil student at the University of West Indies Solistis Mona, who is critically exploring the dynamic relationship between digital transformation and sectoral change. Her current research delves into the adoption, adaption, and innovation of digital technologies within Jamaica's agricultural sector. So, Paige, can you please come and give your presentation? Please help me welcome her. Do you want to hold the mic, or do you want to?
Just stabilize it. Where am I pointing? Just, okay. Okay. All right, great. Hello. Good morning, all. My name is Paige, and I'm an MPhil student at the University of the West Indies. Go back, wrong direction, and pretend you didn't see any of that. Yes. Okay. So broadly speaking, my interests are where technology and various sectors meet. The title of this research work is Agriculture's Digital Transformation in Jamaica, Adoption, Adaptation, and Innovation. The image you see here and several other images throughout my presentation are AI generated. And it's the AI's interpretation of a futuristic view of digital transformation on the Jamaican landscape.
Great. So projections from the Food and Agricultural Organization suggest that by 2050, global populations will reach 10 billion, giving rise to several concerns, some of which are climate change, like was earlier mentioned, and food insecurity. So international organizations as well as private industry have been advocating for digital transformation as a solution to the future of food, leading to several questions. So does digital transformation in agriculture or any other sector actually lead to better outcomes? And how do we assess if digital transformation has taken place and how effective it's been? So here in Jamaica, a 2020 report by the Climate Studies Group, MONA, outlined that climate and weather patterns for the future present unfavorable conditions for agriculture. The potential challenges are crop loss and negative impact on the quality and the quantity of livestock and crops. So as agriculture is essential to Jamaica's development, the same questions which present themselves globally apply in the Jamaican context. So before I go into the rest of my presentation, I'd like to share a quote from one of the many books I've read in my literature review. And the quote is from Blockchain Chicken Farm, which is a book generally about blockchain being used on chicken farms in rural China. And the quote reads, "Embedded in these tools, so digital technologies, are their makers and builders' assumptions about what humans need and how humans should interact. It is not enough to critique the assumptions, because in simply critiquing, we remain caught in a long list of binaries. So tech is dehumanizing, tech brings liberation, tech dragged the world into this mess, tech is going to free us from this mess. Tech creates isolation, it connects marginalized communities. The difficult work," the author says, "is to live and thrive beyond those binaries and assumptions and aid and enable others to do so." And they end with a question: how do we begin this work? I believe that this work starts with first understanding the context which digital transformation is happening in. So for example, I'm not sure how many of you would have seen, there are several news stories reporting on racist AI, and we all know that these computer programs are not actually racist. The individuals who would have programmed them have these biases that they're inputting on this. So it's just to understand that digital technologies they cannot at this stage act on their own, so we are the ones influencing them. And secondly, to conduct research, to investigate what digital transformation is happening and the effects that it's having on our country. So again, digital transformation isn't neutral, and they contain their builders' assumptions. Facebook's motto for a very long time was move fast and break things. And here in this small, vulnerable nation, with all of the issues that would have been outlined by several other presenters, we cannot afford to take this approach to our digital transformation. Digital transformation, for the context of my research, is defined as a socio-technical process surrounding the use of digital technologies that have an effect on social and institutional contexts. So digital technologies use digital information. That would be your software, right? So the WhatsApp on your phone, and the hardware, so the actual phone or laptop that you're using, with digital code and supporting infrastructure. Agriculture has a long history, originating with early human hunting and gathering. About 12,000 years ago, we would have started settled farming. The second agricultural revolution was brought on by the Industrial Revolution. The third agricultural revolution, we would have seen mechanization and canning of various goods. And the fourth agricultural revolution would have come on the backs of the dot-com boom and digital management of farms. And some scholars have even argued that we're in the fifth agricultural revolution with artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things and all of these different transitions. So for Jamaica specifically, early farming by indigenous people was subsistence-based. Agriculture during slavery was largely exploitative and extractive. And in the post-enslavement era, agriculture exceptionally boosted Jamaica's early development. Data from the World Bank suggests that 9% of Jamaica's GDP comes from agriculture. 14% of our labor force is employed by the agricultural industry, according to Statin. And the Food and Agricultural Organization of the UN has stated that agriculture in Jamaica is essential for our GDP, employment, foreign exchange, food security, and our rural development. And I just think that overall, we've all, in this allegedly post-pandemic world, we see the importance of being able to feed ourselves as a small island nation. The implications for agriculture's digital transformation are both positive and negative. Positively, of course, people can get more money. It's alleged that it's more efficient, but negatively, there could be inequalities and seriously damaging results for the environment. In Jamaica, digital transformation in agriculture is still very new. I would have seen a JIS article where RADA has recently launched an app for farmers to be able to do crop monitoring and pest control. There is a private company called Pre-Labs, which is working on a security app geared towards farmers to prevent perennial larceny. And I would have had a conversation with a young man working on coconut picking drones. As the coconut industry, the people working in the coconut industry are largely older men, and young people are not getting into this. So he's working on drones specific to be able to pick coconuts and help the industry. There's limited literature on the presence and the effects of digital transformation in agriculture in Jamaica, and my research aims to explore the presence and the implications of digital technologies' adoption, adaptation, and innovation. And before I get into it, I think I want to define adoption, adaptation, and innovation so we're all clear. So adoption is simply the uptake and the usage, right? So are people using the apps? Are they using the technology? Adaptation is the modification of it. So WhatsApp is primarily for communicating, but maybe farmers have a WhatsApp group that they're now modifying to be able to assist them in their agricultural practices. And innovation is the creation of it. So the coconut drones essentially would be the innovation. My research objectives are to investigate the drivers of adoption and adaptation, to assess the outcomes of adoption and adaptation, and to examine in the digital technology innovation. Yes. Hello. Yes. And to examine the digital technology innovation space in Jamaica, and to see really what the drivers of innovation are and what kind of challenges innovators are facing. Direction. All right. These are my research questions. I have two sets of research questions as I'm doing a mixed method study. So quantitatively, I'm interested in how does a farmer's income, gender, age, formal education level influence their adoption, so their usage again of the digital technologies for agricultural purposes. And is there a correlation between digital technologies and increased farmer income and yield? I will say, to update the slide, that second quantitative question has become qualitative because of the same issues spoken about here in terms of data collection and the availability of certain data. And qualitatively, to look at the social and economic implications of the digitization of agriculture, the limitations and facilitators, as well as in what specific ways farmers are modifying, right? So are they having WhatsApp groups or Facebook groups to get agricultural information across? And who are the primary innovators and the kind of trends and challenges that are facing their innovation efforts? So I have not entered the data collection stage of my research, but I will share my roadmap for data collection. As I mentioned, I'm doing a mixed methods case study. So both quantitative and qualitative. Quantitatively, I'll be doing surveys. Qualitatively, I'll be doing semi-structured interviews with both farmers and stakeholders. These stakeholders are both in the agricultural and the technology industry. So yes, my my farmers will be both registered and unregistered farmers. I feel like it's exceptionally important to capture data from not just registered farmers, but unregistered farmers as well. And the stakeholders are people with agricultural technology expertise. I'll be looking at farmer income, assets, age, gender, and qualitatively looking at the social, economic implications, as well as the limitations and the drivers of innovation. The analysis will be a correlation quantitatively and a thematic analysis qualitatively. And the expected outcomes are that wealthy farmers have access to digital technologies and they are seeing the benefits from it, but that there are barriers to entry for small and medium-sized farmers that prevent them from adopting the technology to even be seeing any benefits. Qualitatively, I anticipate that among farmers there is that adaptation is happening among all farmers. So all farmers are probably in some WhatsApp group or a Facebook group or something, right? They're using this technology to be able to conduct agricultural processes. And that innovation is happening, but there's severe financial constraints on the innovators that are here. So the research is essentially laying the foundation for understanding of digital transformation in the agricultural sector. And my hope is that this will assist in evidence-based policy making for Jamaica's agricultural sector. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for that, Asia. We'll take two quick questions. Sorry, for Paige. We'll take two quick questions from the audience. Maybe we have one in the room or any online. Dr. Elaine?
Yeah, just curious to know, when you say the agricultural sector is a large sector, are you focusing on a particular set of crops and activities? And does this go to the point of processing, for example, or just food production? And then there is also the distribution and marketing. All of that is agriculture. So just clarity on what's the limits of.
Thank you for your question. So at the present moment, my hope is that the focus is on crops, livestock, and fisheries, so not necessarily the distribution or the marketing. And I'm hoping to focus on Jamaica's 5 largest agriculture producing parishes. So that would be St. Elizabeth, St. Anne, and the other 3. So the 5 largest agriculture producing parishes, crops, livestock, and fisheries.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Renique Thomas from Capri. I noticed that in your research objectives, you listed only focusing on adaptation and adoption and adaptation. And I wanted to know, since you mentioned the example of the drone picking coconuts, whether innovation would be included in your research or why you decided not to focus on innovation as well.
Maybe that was an error on my part, but one of the I'll just take this out. One of the objectives was to look at innovation. So broadly, just looking at who the innovators in the space are and what trends and challenges are facing these innovators. So in my brief conversation with the young man doing the coconut drones, I would have found out that he's had this idea for a very long time, but the money needed to make the pilot or the initial thing was not available for a very long time. So that's really where my focus in innovation lies. Who are the people, what are the trends, and what are the challenges?
Thank you very much.
One more. So I just recommend, why don't you see a Kaggle data set and try to do some experiments before you, because it takes a lot of time if you just wait for the data for collection. Okay, so already data is available. So why don't you use that available data and train your model? Then meantime, you can get your data and try to do the comparison between your model and the existing model.
All right, thank you. Can you please give another round of hands to Paige? So I would like to take this moment to recognize our productivity ambassadors in the room. We have with us Nicole McLaren Campbell. Thank you for coming. We also have Reginald Buran, and we also have Dania Mirage. And then online, we also have Keisha Cardova. And is there anyone else? All right, so we just thank again our productivity ambassadors for being here today. We'll move quickly along to our next presenter who will be joining us virtually. We have Dr. Sandra Sukram and team. She will be presenting on artificial intelligence in higher education, navigating challenges, embracing opportunities, and shaping the future. She is joined by her co-researchers, Mr. Peter Poon Chung and Dr. Andre Hunt. Dr. Sandra Shukman is currently the director of the Sir Arthur Lewis Institute of Social and Economic Studies at the UWI St. Augustine campus. Previous to this position, she was a senior lecturer in economics at the UWI Five Islands campus School of Business and Management. She coordinated the economics unit, chaired the campus committee for graduate studies and research, ethics committee, and quality assurance board. She's a former deputy governor at the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. Please help me welcome Dr. Sukram.
Thanks very much, Mikhail. So good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. Thanks to the Jamaica Productivity Center for providing us with this opportunity to present our work. I am Sandra Sukram, and my co-authors are Peter Poonchang and Dr. Andrew Hunt. So this research examines artificial intelligence in higher education. And in this presentation, we discuss the integration of artificial intelligence into higher education to prepare graduates for today's evolving digital landscape and the future job market. So this is the scope of the presentation. I'll start with an introduction. I'll look at AI adoption, meaning alignment to curricula, alignment to AI-focused research. Then I will look at AI usage across countries, the impact of AI on the future labor market. I'll look at some global evidence here. And then I'll drill down to the Caribbean with the help of the insights from the IFPG survey. Then I'll end with some policy implications and conclusion. So AI can have a transformative impact on higher education, and it will reshape the learning experience. And some of these effects includes things like personalized learning. We have AI-powered adaptive learning platforms that tailor content and pace to individuals' student needs. Then you have enhanced teaching methods, and there are AI-driven tools that assist in developing more engaging and effective lesson plans. And then, of course, coming from all of this, we will have improved student outcomes. AI-enabled analytics can be used to provide insights to support student success and retention. So this diagram shows the timeline for AI-driven learning platforms. So in 2015, we started with the emergence of adaptive learning platforms like Newton and Carnegie Learning. Then we went in 2018, the integration of AI-powered chatbots and virtual assistants to provide personalized support. And in 2020, there was increased use of AI-enabled analytics to track student progress and identify the at-risk learners. In 2022, we saw advancements in AI-powered content creation and curation for more engaging course materials. And then in 2025, the predicted widespread adoption of AI-driven learning platforms across higher education institutions. So there are unique challenges, and some of it were recognized by earlier speakers. There are unique challenges and also opportunities for AI adoption in the Caribbean higher education landscape. Now, given regional disparities, we must seek to address the digital divide and infrastructure gaps that hinder AI implementation. So we should attempt to also build capacity by investing in faculty and staff training to ensure effective integration of AI technologies. And there should be an engagement of stakeholders in collaborative initiatives, which will encourage the furthering of regional partnerships for sharing best practices and leveraging AI-driven solution. So importantly, we must align curricula with industry needs. So therefore, to do this, there should be industry collaboration, fostering strong partnerships between academia and industry, and this can help identify the specific AI-related skills and knowledge required by employers. We have curriculum development, incorporating industry feedback and insights into the design and the development of academic programs, and this will ensure that the curriculum remains relevant and responsive to the evolving job market. And then, of course, there must be this continuous feedback loop. So establishing a continuous feedback loop between academia and industry can help maintain the relevance and the effectiveness of academic programs in preparing students for the AI-driven job market. So on the research side, so that was on the teaching and learning side. On the research side, there must be an alignment of AI-focused research with national and industry priorities. And this involves, one, identifying national priorities. It is important that there is an understanding of and aligning of AI research with national strategic priorities. And two, engaging with industry partners. Now, there are many benefits of collaborating with our industry partners to ensure that the AI-focused research and projects address their needs. And finally, fostering interdisciplinary collaboration. There's great value in interdisciplinary collaboration for advancing AI research that meets the national and the industry goals. And this is a timeline of AI adoption rates across different regions. So in 2018, at that time, the AI adoption rates were highest in North America and Europe. In 2020, the Asia-Pacific region saw a significant increase in AI implementation. In 2022, developing countries are also starting to embrace AI technology. In 2024, global AI adoption is expected to continue growing across all regions. And in 2026, AI will become a mainstream technology in businesses worldwide. This is the prediction. Now, this figure is showing organizational strategies for workforce adaptation for the period 2023 to 2027. Now, this is taken from the Future of Jobs report of 2023, which the World Economic Forum did. Now, regarding the survey, they surveyed 803 companies, and these companies were collectively employing more than 11.3 million workers. And they are from 27 industry clusters in 45 economies from all world regions. So this is a global look. So the figure presents data on the share of organizations that are adopting various strategies to modify their workforce. And the percentages we see on the bars, they indicate the prevalence of each strategy among the surveyed organization. So first here at the top, we see that 81.2% of the surveyed companies report that investing in learning and training on the job is the most common workforce strategy, which will be adopted to deliver the organization's business goals in the next 5 years. And secondly, we see that 80% are accelerating the automation of processes. So the implication is that there is a strong trend towards increasing efficiency and reducing manual tasks through automation. So organizations are predominantly focusing on investing in their current workforce and automating processes to drive efficiency and remain competitive. So this approach indicates a strategic move towards sustainable growth and adaptability in an evolving technological landscape. Now, this is another interesting chart. It's from the McKinsey Global Survey on AI, which shows that AI adoption worldwide has increased dramatically in the past year. But we are seeing from 2020, where the AI adoption starts at 20%, and in 2017, the AI adoption starts at 20%. We see a peak at 58% in 2019, and during 2020 to 2022, we had some slight variations with a dip and increase and all of that. In 2023, there was this increase back to 55%, but significantly in 2024, what the study showed, the global survey, it showed that there was a significant surge to 72% by the businesses that were surveyed. So this implies two things. Organizations must strategically integrate AI into business functions to stay competitive, and they know this because we see the surge between 2023 and 2024, and through collaboration with AI experts, continuous learning, and agile adaptation to the AI trends are crucial. So, well, from an economic point of view, I'm talking about from a, if you look at the economy as a whole, from an economic point of view, AI adoption can drive innovation, efficiency, and ultimately economic growth. So, therefore, preparing for AI-driven transformation is essential for long-term success, whether it is for a country through education or by businesses through the adoption of AI. And then there's a graph here that speaks to the use of generative AI. It's on the graph, so I'll mention it because it's very important to us now, even at the level of higher education. So generative AI refers to AI systems that can create new content, so such as images, text, music, and they do this based on existing data. And some examples are the very famous ChatGPT and Google Bard. Google Bard, which is now called Gemini. Sorry, I thought somebody was asking the questions in the middle of this. So 2023 emerges, as you could see in the graph here, the chart, 2023 emerges with 33% of respondents using generative AI. And in 2024, there's a rapid increase to 65%. So in a nutshell, what is the empirical information showing regarding AI adoption across businesses on a global scale? Well, we are seeing increasing adoption rates. More companies are implementing AI solutions to drive efficiency and innovation. And recent data from Statista shows that 35% of global companies use AI, and approximately half of the businesses plan on incorporating it in 2024, sometime during this year. And just to mention, China has the highest rate of AI adoption. According to Statista, around 58% of companies as of 2024. So surprisingly, I must mention this also. So the US has one of the lowest adoption rates. Only 25% of companies use AI. And we are also seeing varied adoption levels. So adoption rates differ across industrial sectors and company sizes. The larger companies are twice as likely to use AI than the small companies. And we see globally, the energy, healthcare, and education sectors actively use AI. And then what we are also seeing from the empirical data is emerging cases of AI use. And so businesses are exploring new ways to leverage AI in their operations, for example, automating manual processes, forecasting demand, and that sort of thing. So we come to the Caribbean now. So the Innovation, Firm Performance, and Gender Survey was carried out across 13 Caribbean countries, and it covered 1,979 firms and 2 industrial sectors, manufacturing and services. There were 150 businesses surveyed per country, with more businesses being surveyed in the larger countries. So what I've put here is that, and I've put the source. There's a table 3 on page 6 of the survey, the 2020 survey description and technical report. So I put this table in here so that we could get an idea of the amount of companies, businesses that were targeted in the various countries, the 13 Caribbean countries, across the 2 sectors. And for manufacturing, we have these figures here. And then for services, the services sector, these are the different services that they have included in this sector, and these are the companies that were targeted. Now, the total targeted sample is saying 1,975, but I believe from the report they got 4 more, which takes it to 1,979. So now to the data that is in the survey. And I'm only going to use 2 of the data sets in this presentation here, again, timing and all of that. So we're going to look at some insights from the IFPG survey in response to the question that is outlined here. To what extent do you consider that any or all of these phenomena may impact the way with which your business will be conducted? And they outline some phenomena, and this was one here: recourse to artificial intelligence in your sector. Now, for businesses, having recourse to AI empowers these businesses to make smarter decisions, operate more efficiently, anticipate market changes, innovate continuously, and stay ahead of the competition. And for high recourse to AI, what the data is showing is that St. Lucia has the highest recourse at around 11%, and Grenada significant recourse also at around 10.37%. Low recourse to IT are 3 countries that are below 4%, which is St. Kitts and Nevis, Jamaica, and Belize. And in this figure, the same question is asked, but it now seeks information about the links between analytics and AI. So data analytics deals with processing and interpreting massive amounts of data, while the AI adds the intelligence and the predictive power. So when these two are combined, so this is the link between the two, when they are combined, they form a powerful partnership that improves analytical processes and helps businesses navigate complexities with ease. So here, the scores range from 3.29 to 9.49, indicating a significant variance in integration or the application of analytics and AI in these 13 Caribbean countries. St. Lucia leads with the highest score of 9.49, suggesting a strong relationship between analytics and AI. On the other end, Trinidad and Tobago has the lowest source of score of 3.29, with Belize close by with a score of 3.35. So to improve the linkage between analytics and AI, each Caribbean country, for example, could develop national AI and analytics strategies which address areas that are particular to the country itself. So it could be country specific is what I'm trying to say, whether it be educational initiatives, research and development, and or in industry and business support. Now we have some policy implications. I may have mentioned some of these as I looked at the graph. So the slide is showing a summary of the main policy implications for the education sector, the business sector, government, any other stakeholders that will be relevant to this in this area. So firstly, introduce AI concepts across disciplines. I'm talking about disciplines in education. Then increase funding for AI research, foster interdisciplinary collaboration, develop and implement national AI and analytics strategies, and address AI adoption barriers for firms through financial incentives, technical assistance, industry acclaimed partnerships. And finally, to conclude, AI can be employed to propel technological and educational transformation. This is what the data is telling us. This is what the information is telling us. Collective and proactive responses are needed from higher education, and there's the necessity to leverage AI to drive innovation, enhance productivity, and encourage economic growth in the Caribbean. Thanks, everybody, for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Sukram. We will take 2 questions.
So it's one question and also a comment on your last slide. When you mention in your study that these businesses are adopting AI, can you define that? Because the study talks about AI being used by some businesses and not by some. And I'm wondering if it's really more of an educational issue, because we're using AI like the term Pampers instead of diaper, right? Any business who has used AI to use Google Maps to get their employees to their destination has been using AI since 2017. If you use Uber to get your employees to work, you've been using it. And we're using generative AI and AI as the same thing, and they're very, very different. One is a subset. So I wanted to understand, when your study talks about businesses adopting AI, what does adopt mean? What processes is it touching? And is it generative AI specifically, or is it overall AI? And then the comment was definitely around the part where you said that it might need to be educational, no, it has to be educational. I don't think we in the business community understand the term artificial intelligence, how old it is, from the 1950s, right? This is not a new thing. Computer vision, just understanding things in your photos. Anytime your phone says that this is your friend, this is AI, right? Google Photos has been using this. So I definitely agree that it has to be educational, because we have to learn what we have been using so that we can figure out how we can use it to increase productivity.
Okay, so when I talk about adopting AI, I'm talking about businesses using it to look at customer experiences, predict the use of their products, and predict the future use of their product, how they could use it to accelerate, automate processes, even accelerate innovation, etc.
All right, thank you. Do we have any more questions?
Hi, Sandra. I was wondering whether what I would call the obvious question in higher education is the question of ethics, and how much is there any directive in terms of how much students could be allowed to employ as part of their assignments? I know it's coming down to the classroom level, but there's a big problem here with how do you monitor and what do you monitor, and are we capable of monitoring? Or we just allow an open source? In other words, is this a discourse that is taking place seriously at the level of higher education in the Caribbean? What constitutes innovation in learning versus collaboration between AI and the student or the professor? I think I leave it there because I think you follow me.
Yeah, of course, I follow you. Yeah. So when I'm talking about AI and enhancing the learning experience, I'm talking specifically about using it so that we, as teachers, are able to use it to our interests and the students' interests ultimately, because we are able to then use it, as I was explaining in the first slide of my, in the second slide, is basically to be able to track student progress, to be able to make the learning experience more engaging. Many of us have seen students sitting in class, falling asleep in the lecture and all of that. So we are using AI when we teach to engage the student, make it a little bit more interesting for them. So these are the ways in which we are actually using AI to enhance the student experiences and enhance our teaching. And teaching is not the only thing, like for instance, the university does. Teaching is part of it. We also engage in a lot of research. And this is, again, helping us a lot because we are able to process massive amounts of data and come up with what is best maybe for a country, for a region, and all of that. And your other more difficult question is that it speaks to ethics and the students' use of it. The university is almost complete with a policy that speaks to the use of AI, and as the gentleman just talked about just now, generative AI, which is like the ChatGPT and all of that to assist them. Now, we have had a lot of instances where one can identify, now we can't stop somebody from, a student from accessing a ChatGPT or anything like that. So what we are in the process of doing is coming up with policy that addresses that. We have the use of Turnitin. I could talk about that right away, but also as a teacher, as a lecturer, we are also obliged and mandated to come to come up with questions that speaks to using the students' aptitude in answering a question. So for instance, I mean, this might be just one quick instance. We could talk about, for instance, the asking a question that speaks to, okay, generate an answer of so-and-so from regarding a certain question, and then the student is asked to criticize that answer that you have generated, and in that kind of way, we could tell if the student understands or does not understand. That was just an example, but we have to come up with novel and innovative ways that we can actually use, examine the students, if even they use ChatGPT, etc. Thanks.
We have as our presenter Dr. Andre Vincent Henry, who is the director of the Cipriani College of Labor and Corporate Studies. Dr. Henry also provides consulting services focused on the use of human talent in the process of economic and social development in the Caribbean, particularly through improving productivity and rigorous measurement. His clients have included several international organizations and the governments of several Caribbean countries. He was the director of the program for promotion of management labor cooperation from the start of the project. Dr. Henry's professional interests are concentrated on good governance and the development of just societies. At present, he is leading a research team on differentials in the labor market in 16 Caribbean countries. Please help me welcome Dr. Henry. I know that we're running a few minutes behind. This is our last presentation. After this presentation, we do have a group discussion, and then that will last for about 20 minutes, and then we'll serve lunch. So thank you for bearing with us and for the exhilarating conversation and discussion. All right, so it seems we are having challenges with Dr. Henry. So in that case, I'll ask Sylvia Dohnert, are you online?
Yes, I am.
So Sylvia is the executive director of Compete Caribbean. She's also associated with the Inter-American Development Bank. Today, she is here with us to lead a discussion in which we can look at the gaps, bridging the gaps in research and data. And this is a very important discussion because you would have seen that data would have been a central theme throughout all of the presentations that we would have heard today. Are we able to access the data that we need? Are we collecting the data that we actually need? How can we get better data? And she will also give us some information on some data sources that are available for us to use. So I'll hand the discussion over to you, Sylvia.
Thank you so much. I just prepared a very brief presentation where I wanted to tell you a little bit about the kinds of data. Do you hear me? Because I even don't hear myself really well. Can you hear me well? Yes, okay. So I lead a private sector development program called Compete Caribbean. It's a program that benefits 13 Caribbean countries, including Jamaica. The program is based in Barbados, but we do projects in every one of these 13 countries. And actually, the country that has the most number of projects is Jamaica. which shouldn't be surprising. And the program is financed by the IDB, and it's executed by the IDB, the government of the United Kingdom, the Caribbean Development Bank, and the government of Canada. So let me share my presentation with you. Okay, share. So what I wanted to share with you is that, let's see, tell me if, oh, I see. I have so many things open that it's not capturing my presentation right now. Okay. Okay. So, yeah. So when the way that we focus our work in Complete Caribbean is how to promote private sector development through innovation and increases in productivity, which has been a large subject of the conversation today. And when the program first started, it became very evident that data was a big issue, that actually there was no internationally comparable data set on what businesses in the Caribbean were doing, even in terms of their performance, to be able to make an analysis of, where could one have some kind of influence through either programs to develop the private sector or specific advice to governments for policy, right? And the first thing that the program set about to do, maybe this is in reverse order of how I will explain it, is that in 2011, it invested into the Latin American and Caribbean enterprise surveys. So it partnered with the World Bank to include 9 countries of the Caribbean for the first time ever in the enterprise surveys of the World Bank, which, as you know, they conduct, in above 180 countries. So it really places the Caribbean in the map in terms of being able to compare the certain aspects of private sector behavior in the Caribbean with other countries in the world. That was followed by a 2014 exercise called Proteki, where the survey from 2011 was modified. The most important modification was to include an innovation module. So to try to understand what is the innovation behavior of Caribbean businesses. And we continue to keep a module on business climate, performance. We included a module on gender practices, a module on the impact of crime and violence on the business. But that allowed us to begin to understand how do businesses in the Caribbean approach this very important task of knowledge creation and production, right? And incorporating into the production processes, which Professor Aline very keenly spoke about, which is what will really lead to dynamic economic growth. And then the final survey exercise that we've done is the IFPG. I was so glad to see the former presenter use that data. That was coincidentally done in 2020, so it has a COVID module, and it was very, very important to understand what businesses experienced during COVID. We are now getting prepared to do a new round of survey. It's going to call the Protegic, and it will, going back to the IFPG, aside from the innovation, keeping the innovation module from Protekin, it included a digital technology use module and also an environmental technology use module, okay? And we are keeping and improving those modules in the next wave of surveying, which will be done between this year and the next, but the data will most likely be published next year. And this Protegic, which we're calling the current wave of surveying, also has a module on labor wages. It goes much deeper into kind of labor practices and average wage levels. than previous surveys. So for all of you that are looking at labor productivity and impact on labor, I think that will be a super useful survey. I mean, I don't want to go into, you can go yourself to this website, the link where we publish all the databases with their technical reports. There's also a data visualizer. There are some research papers that have been published that use the data to analyze innovation behavior in Caribbean businesses and all kinds of factors that affect their innovation behavior. And I think that, you know, because of the things that were discussed today, it will be of great interest to all of you. Other sources of data, right? I just want to leave them here. You have the Google Public Data Explorer with the World Development Indicators, Global Competitiveness Report, and, you know, all kinds of sources of international data, Google Trends, and then there's a digital library of the Caribbean. I just want to leave it with you because you may want to refer to those later, you know, for people who are not doing things only kind of like what's happening within the business, but also the external environment. Well, one thing that we've been sponsoring, and this has been extremely interesting, and with this interesting, you know, how do we increase the level of productivity in the Caribbean? How do governments kind of like deploy policies that can stimulate innovation at the level of the firm, that can stimulate efficiency at the level of the economy? We have these economics of innovation courses, which are targeted towards policymakers, academics, and practitioners. And we are currently, today is the next to final session of the third cohort of the Economics of Innovation course. And beyond sharing topics on systems of innovation, theory of innovation and development, methods of impact evaluation, the impact of science, technology, and innovation policy on development, and some notions of complexity economics, really what we want to support is a Caribbean Economics of Innovation network, which has already been created. It's a loose network of people who have you know, done the course and others that are working in this field and are interested in this field. And what the network does is that it shares experiences. It wants to evolve to a place where it can, you know, in a structured manner, exchange best practices amongst Caribbean countries and also do joint research projects. I want to tell you a little bit about where we are as a program. So currently we are wrapping up the Compete Caribbean Partnership Facility, which was the second phase of, you know, what we can call kind of like the Compete Caribbean program. And in September, we would be launching a third phase, right? Which continues to focus on private sector development with social inclusion. That's very, very important for us. But with a third layer, which is an environmental aspect. How can we make Caribbean businesses be more climate smart, either be better adapted to climate change or also do climate change mitigation, right? And it will have, I'm mentioning this because it will have 3 pillars. And the third pillar, I think, would be very interesting to this audience, all of them, but the third one specifically. So we have a pillar where traditionally we've worked with groups of businesses, clusters and value chains, also promoting projects that support innovative businesses. And that will be our pillar 1. Right? So to strengthen Caribbean businesses' capacity to be more competitive, climate smart, and inclusive. And, you know, the projects there finance all types. We finance only technical assistance, okay? But we finance public goods, club goods that will help entire sectors. For example, will make a difference to entire sectors. And an example, for example, in Jamaica, that we supported, as I said before, the activities so that the conch fishery could obtain MSc certification, marine stewardship certification. And for the global services sector in Jamaica. We've also financed, what are the strategies of skills and talent development that will help the whole sector upgrade into more value-added services than call centers, for example. These are like examples. The second component is really about working with governments on policies that can help businesses in their countries become more competitive, but also more climate smart. And the third one, which is the one that I really want to focus on here, is how do we integrate much more the scientific and academic knowledge of the Caribbean with the private sector or with the public sector. In the case of the private sector, to make innovative products that have a large content of knowledge that can be competitive overseas. And in the case of the public sector, there are some really important functions of these research institutions in terms of climate change. For example, if the Caribbean countries wanted to participate in carbon credit markets, it's very important to have independent and credible monitoring, reporting, and verification systems, and for that, data science is very, very important. I mean, and, any of the presentations that you would have seen today, that data science and technology is very important. So this is that third component, promoting research and development for climate innovation in the public and private sectors. And it's been, I know you're waiting for lunch. So I just inserted a slide here. I'm sure that the presentations will be shared with you if you want to know more of what we're doing. And now I want to pass to my colleague, Kayla, who will speak to you about Carib Data, which is another project we have in the Caribbean on data. Thank you.
Thanks, Sylvia. I'll just very quickly run through this because I know you want to move into discussion and we're very much over time. Basically, again, it's just this aspect of addressing the data gap. So we do have a regional project being led by University of West Indies, led by the Cave Hill campus called Carib Data. And essentially, this is developing an ecosystem for how we're sharing data. So it's not only the aspect of the fact that how we're creating data, and I'll go to the next slide. Sylvia, because I can't, yeah. Not only the aspect of how we're creating data, but also the importance of data availability, something that we see as an aspect of social equity, and the fact that there's such limited data to be able to do these type of research, to look at impact evaluations, to look at climate resiliency, et cetera. So within this project, we're currently working with the national statistical offices, and we're doing several things here. There have been other initiatives by the World Bank, for instance, from the IDB and others. And so this is building on a lot of those other initiatives and how we can improve how we're creating a shared data infrastructure to improve access to data, how we're curating these type of data stories, especially building the capacity to do so with data analytics and data journalism. The other aspect is also data curation, how we're cleaning that project data, because the quality of the data is also a huge issue just because of inadequate data handling. And so these are some of the things that we're looking at within this particular project that we think might be interesting. And there's a website that we can share and what's not. So we just wanted to quickly bring this to the fore as well, given the importance of data. The previous presenter mentioned AI, and just when you're talking about knowledge, the knowledge economy as well, these things start to become extremely important, no? So yeah. I'll hand it back over to Sylvia.
Thank you. Any questions? I see that Samuel Brathwaite has his hand up, but only because, or had his hand up.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Dohnert and Ms. Grant. Good afternoon again to everyone. I just heard artificial intelligence and I actually lowered my hand because my question has to do with whether there is a plan to include a section on artificial intelligence in the next round of surveys of firms. I do think it's crucial to know what firms are trying to do. The issue of data quality is a big concern of mine. I don't know if you can speak to that in more depth in terms of Jamaica. And I ask this because when we think of the recent census that is being conducted by Statin, we know of the delays in that. And my understanding is it's difficult for them to get personnel. I do recognize that what Compete Caribbean does is not on the scale of a national census, but still the question of data quality remains. Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, well, as with respect to the next round of surveys, the Protegit, certainly there are questions. The module on digital technology use has been improved. The questions are a lot more specific, and AI is included because it's very important to understand the use of AI, and we concur. In terms of the issue of data quality, I mean, I'm no expert on the quality of data in Jamaica, so I don't want to comment. But one thing that has been difficult for us, for example, to develop robust sample frameworks for the surveys, is that in many cases, the national statistical offices are legally kind of like impeded of sharing, like they can tell us and then we build our own survey of, formally registered businesses, how they're distributed amongst different sectors and sizes, right? But ideally, we would have kind of like, if they could share a sample framework with contact data of the businesses, that would be kind of like perfect, no? But it's not possible to do it. So at least on our side, with the sample frameworks, we kind of we base it on the structure of the economy that's shared by the national statistical offices, and then we build on that. But yeah, I think, data quality is certainly an issue. Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a data expert as well, even though we do have this project, but within the bank, we do have programs with these national statistical offices. Statin, for instance, is on this project. But yeah, there are some programs, though not necessarily this one, that can provide support to the office, especially in the household surveys and these other surveys that the NSOs typically conduct. But I'm not too sure, unfortunately, to the level of detail of Statin. If someone's speaking in the audience, we can't hear because they're not using a mic.
Hello, you hear me? Oh, yes. Just a question, a curiosity. Do these data from the Caribbean constitute panels? Or are you contemplating panel-type data, which allows you to track the same firm over time?
So a proportion of the exercises that we've done in Compete Caribbean, there's panel data starting from the first ever kind of like exercise in 2011 all through 2020. And we continue, the intention is to continue with the panel data so that you can have a longitudinal sample. It's not the full data set, because then there would be a bias towards businesses that survive, right? Yeah. So yeah, but it's about 40% of the sample.
So which data set is this in particular?
Oh, if you go to the Compete Caribbean website, there's a set, like one of the buttons says data sets, and we have 3 data sets published. Each has around 2,000 businesses across the 13 countries in the Caribbean. And the first one is from 2011, the second one is 2014, and the last one was 2020.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And I wanted to say, because Professor Arlene mentioned the book, Is There a Caribbean Sclerosis? And that book was really interesting because it compared what had been the performance of the Caribbean against the rest of the small economies of the world. And it really was able to do it in part because it had some of those data sets available.
Yeah, thank you for the information. My question is, like, if somebody, a researcher, a scientist from India want to use the data set and do the comparison between the Asian and the Jamaican, can they use your data set or?
Yeah, it's freely available. It's freely available. It's just been, we have those two sectors that the previous presenter mentioned because it's anonymized, right? Some countries are so small that if we had like sub-specific sectors, you would be able to recognize a firm. That's why it's aggregated. But yes, it's freely available. You can download it. There's a visualizer with most frequently asked questions that you can access, etc.
Okay, and one more question, Miss. Do you have any call for proposals for the collaboration between the Asian countries and the Jamaica or the Caribbean?
Oh, that's super interesting. When these projects that we will be financing under Compete Caribbean Plus will be identified through calls for proposals. And, I see no reason why Asian countries could not participate. So, please, you can subscribe to our newsletter and you'll find out. It's the easiest way to find out when these calls for proposals are open.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments? All right, Sylvia, Kayla, we don't have any more questions on this side.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'd like to say thank you again. I'd like to say thank you again to the Inter-American Development Bank as well as Compete Caribbean for helping to sponsor this day and to make this day a reality, to make the project with Asia reality as well. As you would have heard, they have data sets that are available for us to be able to do more research. We can utilize these data sets and we can look out for the future for more opportunities for us to collaborate and work on projects. Now we've come to the end of towards the end of our program. I would just ask quickly for one of our productivity ambassadors and a member of our board to come and bring brief remarks about the presentations today. Please help me welcome Reginald Budan.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you can understand, I'm in a dangerous position between you and lunch. I just want to add my congratulations to all the presenters, those online and those that are here. Very interesting, a lot of research and a lot of data. And for me, as a practitioner, I like to hold and touch things because, we have to translate these ideas, these thoughts into realities. And I worked in government for all my life. And I can tell you, when consultants give you policy recommendations, sometimes you struggle to operationalize it. It's not an easy job because they're competing and conflicting interests. I just want to, since time is against us, just to make very brief comments on two presentations. Sandra and team from Trinidad, the one on artificial intelligence in higher education. Just a couple points. I think the topic has been widely covered already. But I have particular interest in this one because I have one foot in academia. I teach at 2 universities, and so I can see the challenge and also the opportunity. And for me, in their policy implications, they said introduce AI concepts across all disciplines. And I think it's a great idea. In our universities, let us challenge our lecturers to see how they can introduce AI in whatever form and fashion. Through incremental improvement, they will learn, and we will gradually increase. For myself, I teach 3 postgraduate courses and 2 undergraduate courses at 2 different places. And I know the debate that has been going on, and I just decided I was going to grab the bull by the horn. So for 2 years now, first year with one postgraduate group, I told them that I gave them the topics. I say, I want you to prepare a paper. I'll give them number of words and all of that, and each student differently, and use ChatGPT. And I want you to critique it and tell me how we can use it to our advantage. And in a short time, it was amazing to see what those students did. Now, I teach mainly students that deal with numbers. They don't like to write, I can tell you that. And when they try to string words together, you have all kinds of problems trying to understand grammar and syntax and all of those kinds of things. It was amazing. It reminded me of the days. Remember the days when you give them quantitative exam papers, and they scribble formulas on their hands and all of that? Now you give them these pages with the formulas. I would even like to go further and tell them, say, use a computer to do it. Because that's how we operate in the organization. Yes, you have to write a paper, make a presentation tomorrow. What do? You jump on your computer, not handwritten things and those kinds of things. And I think universities, higher education, must transition to where industry is going. We have to train students the way they will work in the organization. I mean, it makes us a little redundant, a little useless. I mean, of course, they're not the handwriting. For one thing, I can't read some of them. I just kind of, figure out what they're trying to say. Now, of course, you're getting properly written text, and you can see that they go through the document and they have tied up things and they have localized here and there. So learning took place. This year, I gave postgraduate again and undergraduate. And it is amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. Technology, we know all the challenges, but we have to embrace it. I remember somebody told me that in the days when calculators were just introduced, accountants have these junior ones and they make them sit down and they have pages of data, numbers, dollars. They must just run their addings down and add them in their head. I understand that when calculators, they just couldn't grapple with it because all of their skills and expertise became redundant. The calculator is going to make sure that it is right. And so for that presentation on the policy implications, and I'm really taking it from the point of view of the lecturers, how can you use it to enhance the teaching experience? And then let us share experiences. It would have been very good if we were to get a few ideas in terms of where they've used it and what the experience was like. For me, my humble experience, I use it and I'm happy and I will continue to use it. I don't care what university is, because guess what I say? I'm running an experiment. So I deal with all of their challenges. I'm running an experiment, and that is allowed, And so now time is against us. So the other presentation I want to make quick remarks about is Prof. Aline's presentation and his colleague Samuel. Prof, you drench us with a lot of data. You touched on some very fundamental, and it's only sometimes if we understand the implications behind some of what you touched on, it is only then we'll understand how much you have packed into that presentation. It is a whole lot. You deal with a lot of developmental issues. I looked at your policy recommendations, and you make some very important point there. I noticed the one you made about the private-public partnership. I noticed that it got good commendation, and that is an important one. But I'm also old enough to understand the challenge that public-private partnership also now poses to the world. Because we are now seeing a situation where development institutions such as the IDB, the World Bank, and so on may become extinct. That's on the table, because greater level of financial resources are in private hands. They may now start to chart the course into the kinds of projects that are funded. And we must always remember that a private company and a government have two different objectives. We must not lose sight of that as policy formulators, implementation, and so on. But we must use and leverage that collaboration to the benefit of society, to develop our economies, develop our competitiveness and our productivity and all of those things. But we must understand the danger. It brings with it its own risk. Yes, you talk about, I like the words you use there about we must know, thought I made a note of it here. The who you know, the what, the how, and so on. I can't quickly identify where I put down the notes here. But I think it's very important because, for example, in government, what I found is that the bureaucracy is so heavy that it is when you have personal relationships with people in different agencies, you can call and say, boy, this one is a crisis. This one is urgent. Can you give me a quick turnaround? It makes a difference. We have to be careful again when we talk about that kind of relationship getting too close when we are dealing with public and private interests together. Because it is not too good when government get too close to private companies. It is not too good when a public officer and a staff in a private company get too close. There's something called conflict of interest. And we must protect the integrity of government, and we must protect the society's interests and welfare which we represent. In conclusion, we must improve productivity continuously. And we are another hot call ISO standards. And on the ISO 9001, which we are promoting in Jamaica across government, we have about 39 agencies of government which have been implemented the standard and is now certified. An important element here is something called continual improvement, and that is productivity. That is productivity. So when we talk about productivity here, we are talking about continual improvement in our organizations, public and private. Prof, you emphasize that importance of capital. You didn't differentiate, you didn't classify. But I know deep down you're talking about the human capital, because that is what is indigenous to any nation, the human capital. We can import the raw material, we can import the machines and all of those things. We can import the dollar investment capital. But what is going to really give you competitive advantage is a quality people. And it goes back now to the education system and all of that. And for those of us in Jamaica, I will say to us that we have two schools, for example. I give examples. One named Campion, one named, let's Campion or Immaculate, whichever one of them. And take another one from the no-name school. You see, in the hospital, when those children are born, if you were to switch them and the parents don't know, those that go to camp, those that go to the downtown one, those children that come from the downtown, so-called downtown, they'll go to Campion Immaculate same way. That tells us that if we want to deal with your 50% and lift them up to improve the quality of education, parenting is very important. Overcrowded schools, underpaid teachers, and so on can do so much. But the quality of parenting can make a significant impact. When a student goes to school and is very disciplined, you use the word discipline, Prof. Disciplined, ordered, respectful, and so on, it's going to be a better student. Throw that student anywhere, and it's going to do better than the ones who don't have that kind of character. And that touches on something that is very dear to my heart. It's called values and attitudes. My final comment. We come here and we talk about productivity and growth in GDP and so on. And I see we have a rep here from ILO. And the question is, why all this productivity? Why all this growth in GDP? What's the purpose for it? Improve the quality of life of humanity. So I would really like to see at some future date, there's a whole term known as Gini coefficient. Yes. I would like to see somebody start measure Gini coefficient in companies. Start to rank them. And give you rank on, oh yes, you have a good Gini coefficient. Come to the front of the line. If we really have an interest in improving the quality of the human being and human welfare, we'll put some effort there. Ladies and gentlemen, have an enjoyable lunch. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bodan, for that comprehensive summary of the presentations and remarks on how we can integrate them into our policy objectives and strategic objectives. Now, I know you all want to go and you want to be fed, and we're getting there. I did get a question from the audience about what I meant about productivity ambassadors. The Jamaica Productivity Center has a program where we train and we utilize persons who have a platform to share information, to sensitize the public within their networks and amongst their stakeholders about productivity, how it can be integrated in everyday life within the business of their stakeholders. And so anyone who's wanting to become a productivity ambassador can contact the Jamaica Productivity Center to find out how you can join that program. Now, as you know, today's event was a part of our celebrations for World Productivity Day, which is celebrated annually on June 20th. As indicated earlier, our celebrations will continue tomorrow at the AC Hotel and on Friday, so that's June 20th and June 21st. We'll have presentations and panel discussions that will cover a range of topics, including inclusivity in the workplace, public-private partnerships. We'll also be talking about how to upskill the workers. We have some of our speakers who will be there here today. So I know that they'll be giving engaging and interactive discussions. So if you're not able to join us in person, you can join us online. There will also be expos available. We'll have some VR technology on display, robots and the like. So it will truly be a future of work and productivity conference or summit. And we look forward to having you as we enjoyed your company and your discussions today. We at the JPC also are very much dedicated to research as demonstrated by today's events. And one of the things that we have going forward, and we would like for all of you to take part in, is our Future of Work survey. The Future of Work survey will help us to analyze issues related to job skills mismatch, worker satisfaction, as well as skills and training within the workplace. So you can check Alex. Alex, can you just raise your hand? And you'll also be able to check JCF for the QR code to be able to access that link. And we can also share it with you over email. Thank you for joining us today. Thanks again to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security for facilitating this event, as well as the Inter-American Development Bank and Compete Caribbean. Have a great lunch.